As ordered. As ordered. As ordered. As ordered. As ordered. As ordered.
Hello. What's going on? Scrappy, you have too many points. How are you doing? What's up, Solam? You are hot as an attractive. I am hot as an environment. We are not the same. Well, I wanted to make this joke in the title, but I wanted to be nice. I have my trusty AC blasting here, so I'm really not hot. How's it going, Scrappy? How are you doing? How are you, Solon? Are you guys prepared for the big summer preview? I am prepared indeed. I also prepared some snacks for later. Some cucumber and carrot preview. I don't know about that. Yeah, today is a Warhammer preview. The big summer preview with AOS and basically every system is getting new stuff announced. Big summer previews. Okay. Hello, Jin. How are you doing? I can't. All right. Yeah. Today is indeed the big summer preview. I already talked about that with Wolfie in his stream a little bit. And they announced a Scaly kill team or something. And maybe it's Salamanders or maybe it's the croc dinosaur species from the Black Ark Corsair pack thingy, you know? So we will see how that works out today. I will have to do that later. Okay. I thought we were getting to see you in bikini. No. This is only on the OnlyFans. What a letdown. Well, I'm sorry. That is my kind of stick, I guess. How you doing? Foxy! I am ready. I also got some nice memes for you. Oh my god. So it was you who pinged my Discord? Yeah, but it was you. Okay. That Pikachu again. I hate you. It's gonna be the lizard furries. You mean salamanders? Do you think they would add a Sakan model with one arm at all? Nah. We will never get a Sakan model. Sakan is a one-time throwaway character, so no. No, the Scalies, it's an actual thing. Yeah, the are you also talking about the one from the Black Ark Corsair pack? The how's the name? Something with T. Let me. Red Corsairs. The Enforcer. It's the Enforcer model from the Corsair pack, which is Talarian. Talarian? Giblink then. I hope your OnlyFans isn't dorian.miniatures. No, it's dorian.miniatures then. If I want, I will glue the SS shut. Nah, we won't get a Sakan model. Sakan is a one-time thing for the Pariah Nexus show. I don't think... It might be a thing that we will get a Tushan model. That would be more realistic, I think. Because there is a lot of stuff about salamanders in the Armageddon book. Guten Tag. Hello, Adeptus. How you doing? Certain regional for Bad Dragon. We need Story pictures. Yeah. Let's see. Can I switch to the browser without? Yeah. So this is the Enforcer from the new Huron Black Boy pack, and I think that this here would be a good candidate for the scaly kill team thing that they've announced today. You know, they already have that model. You know, maybe they will just make it a new race and introduce them. Terrellian, right? Yeah. Terrellian. So that is my guess for today. Hot. Yeah. I'm not that hot. It's 20 degrees in here. Fuck more Smurfs models. We need both. I mean, you can pretty easily put it Tushan together. But also, we have never heard of Tushan ever again after the Pariah Nexus. So we don't even know if he... sorry, Sakan. We don't even know if he's alive, so...
As ordered.
As ordered, let the water flow.
As
Everybody,
ordered.
stay hydrated. Scrappy,
As ordered.
don't make me take away your privileges. Not gonna happen 100%. Well, we will see today. I hope you are all okay and doing good, even in this weather that is terrifying Europe right now. And yeah, I got some stuff from Kickstarter this week. So I got my Colin McGuinness Kickstarter rewards with the Space Marine Sea Shanty album he made, which is pretty cool. And I got some D&D books, so that is also pretty nice to have this week. Whoop. And yeah, I haven't left the apartment really that much this week, just to get some groceries and some drinks, because fuck that weather. It is 37 degrees outside right now with let me see how fucking high the humidity is. It's 38 degrees outside. Oh, it's only 33% humidity right now. It was 78 this morning, so. We are more likely to get more Tau Auxilia, but GamesWorks isn't going to put the lizards in if they can't make a million variants of it on the table and squeeze our wallets to death. Well, they could make a million models with the Turellians, right? They could introduce a new race to 40k in general and maybe start with them in Kill Team. Isn't that a thing that GW introduces new races to Warhammer? With every edition or something? If it's gonna be lizards, it's gonna be Elder Lizard Riders. That could also be, yeah, true. I was repairing the printer in a room without AC yesterday. Ugh. My t-shirts were like I was dunked in sea. Yeah. It's so fucking hot. I can. It's what was it? It's colder on Mallorca today than it is in Germany. So. Or what was it? It was the same temperature in Lagos in Africa. Or on the African continent, not in Africa. Africa isn't a country, but in Lagos and in London, they had the same temperature. So I vote hot woman as a race. I might start an army that. Hello, we already have hot women. We have the Adeptus Sororitas. We have the female Custodes. Yeah, Africa is a continent, not a country. I think you mean Mass Effect Azari. Well, I have to admit something to you right now. I haven't played Mass Effect. Any of the Mass Effects. Man, what is going on with my beard today? I really need some hair ties at some point. So at least I can look good in stream for you guys. So yeah. That has been my week. If you guys want, I can show some stuff from the Kickstarter if you are interested in this. What if Salamanders mounted on lizards as a new unit? Well, the thing about Salamanders is that they kill the big lizards, also called Salamanders. So I don't think that they will do that. They haven't really established a law that they could be pet. But it would be cool, nonetheless. But it would be a huge new law thing because, yeah, everybody is using the bikes. I don't know the name of the bikes, but yeah, the Space Marine bikes, and not really animals. I don't know. It could, if they would do Salamanders as a own chapter in terms of codexes, like the Dark Angels, Black Templars, Space Wolves, Blood Angels. It could be that they get a unit like Salamander mounted Space Marines, but only then. Only if they make Salamanders an own codex, not as a codex compliant chapter. And I also don't know if the Order Xenos would be that happy with the whole thing about the Salamanders riding big lizards. I mean, I did like the games, but it's not a must. If you say that you didn't watch Land Before Time or play Total War, those are offenses punishable by execution. I watched A Land Before Our Time. It was my favorite movie when I was little, so. And I played, yeah, Total War, Warhammer 1, 2, 3. Did I play another Total War? I think I also played Shogun. But yeah. All right. I've been painting some minis while off stream. So I worked. Takes out shotgun and looks at chat. What about you guys? I've been adding some highlights on the backpacks. Yeah, maybe I show the backpacks so you can maybe also see the highlights. So we have a little bit of that brighter gray on top of the backpacks. I glazed that stuff a little bit. I still hate glazing though, so. And I started to paint this little arm monitor thingy. And I think that's what we will do today. Just as a little side quest before the preview. I didn't watch it, but I played all old Total Wars and some new ones. I'm safe. Looks good. Thank you. Yeah, I really tried glazing with those, so we at least have some difference in shades. I forgot one, so we will have to do this one again. Or not again, we have to do this one. And yeah. But first of all, I want to work on the little screen thingy. I just thought it was a screen. There are literally no pictures online about that particular model with that little screen arm thingy. So I just said that. Hello. Can you please work with me? Where is my button? So I just thought the little thing that's red now is the screen. And then we have here some buttons on there, and this one here on top is just the latch to close. I don't think that there's anything special about that little bulge there. But yeah. So we will paint some screen and maybe the buttons. How about that? Ad break in a minute. All right. Already 30 minutes in. So yeah. Let's do the next thing, I guess. Also, everybody, I would encourage you to drink every time you redeem, or someone redeems the hydration channel point redeem, just to keep you all safe. If you have grandparents or older parents, call them also and tell them to drink, because older people tend to drink less when it's hot outside. So come on, Solom, now we have to also redeem the hydration one. I don't have grandparents. All right. And my father won't listen to me either way. Well, that is an old people thing, right? The older people not listening to the younger ones. But yeah, I called my parents today and told them that they should fucking drink something, and also tried to call my grandparents, but they were asleep. What's on stream? I am sorry, I didn't start that shit. Mea culpa. There you go. My mom used to, but she also not alive anymore. I'm sorry, Jin. Word scrambled that. Yeah, I fixed that one. So let me get something to drink. Do I need something from back there? No, I don't think so. Then I will prep the colors. There we go. So, what's the next colors we need for a red lens or gem? Evil Sun Scarlet. Yeah, I don't have that shit. But Vermilion should be same thing. Yeah, Vermilion. No, wait a second. Evil Sun Scarlet. Let me give you a second round. Okay, gotta walk the dogs. All right, be safe out there and watch the paws of the doggos. So I need to convert some colors. Let's see. Evil Sun Scarlet is a deep reddish orange. Okay. Deep reddish orange. What else do we have there? Vermilion by... Okay, this should be Evil Sun Scarlet. It feels a bit... Yeah. Oh. Let's see. Evil Sun Scarlet. It's Vermilion, okay. And then we need Wild Rider Red. Which is pretty much not convertible. Fuck you. Fuck you. What is the brightest red I have? It is this one. Okay, so let's find a in between. What up, Murdoch? How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good today. So let's see. I used some AK color. I think, was it burnt red? Yeah, burnt red. So I have to find something in between those two colors here. Hot pink. I invented my new favorite cocktail. Tell us more about that, huh? This could work. What else do we got? This could also work, huh? I think this works way better than this. Yeah. I think these are good for good shades of red. What is this one? That's an ink. Okay. Don't need an ink today. Rojo. Or did I use this one? But this one is the same. Okay. So let's use these. This and this one. Yeah, so I'm painting the lenses today with a tutorial from paintpad.app because it was the only place I found a tutorial with all the paints in it. Oh. This would be The Evil Sun Scarlet. There you go. Caramelized pineapple. You lost me there. Crushed in a glass. 2 cl of Tabasco or vodka. 2 cl of Malibu rum. Half the glass pineapple juice. And pomegranate juice added with a spoon. For the color fade. For the color fade. You're reading this guy? For the color fade. Talking like he's painting his miniatures. I can send you a pic. It did work. Yeah, I believe that it worked. Art is art, period. Well, okay. You got me there. Well, is AI... Oh, okay, AI isn't doing any art. It's just copying. I wanted to set up a trap there for you, huh? Okay, we got a picture of Murdoch's cocktail. Well, all this work for this drink, Murdoch. I hope it tasted good. It's also that also looks like a really small glass there. All right, paint the lower left or right portion with a layer of Evil Sun Scarlet, leaving enough room for reducing its size 2 or 3 more times. I think I will go for the lower right. Where is my 0.25 liters? Well, yeah, that's an odd glass. Short-sighted. I need no lenses. Well, I also need no lenses, but I use them because I can paint the details easier. And it gives me a little bit more control over the brush. And by the way, guys, licking the paintbrush does not count as hydration. But liquid, well. You also lose liquid. But yeah, I hope you're also doing good, Murdoch. But if you're drinking, I think sounds like you're doing good. Time to get a coffee, you maniac. Drinking coffee when it's fucking 38 degrees outside. Are you crazy? Well, I don't drink coffee in general. Tea is also good when it's hot. Well, yeah, but I know it's good, but I don't want to feel hot any more than it's. Well, I'm having an AC this year. I can't complain. So we're almost 40 today. Yeah, I heard that Austria is or Vienna is at. I don't know how much. Also around 40 degrees. Yeah, today in Germany, Düsseldorf, it's colder. It's hotter than on Mallorca. So, and I'm working in an aluminum box all day. Well, fuck that. Well, I'm very glad that I can work from home on days like these. Oh, in general. But I'm glad now that I have an AC that I can just stay at home and don't need to work in the office. Our office should have yeah, they don't have an AC in general, but they have like water flowing through the ceiling, which should cool down the hot air, which is absolutely, yeah, horse shit when it's fucking 40 degrees outside. Yeah, all the big cities get temperature debuff, all the paved places, yeah. The good thing is, when I sweat like a pig all day, I lose weight. Wait, but it's mostly water. And the thing is, I think it's like when you do sports, you should drink at least. So if you lose a liter of water after doing while you're doing any kind of sport, you should drink 1.5 liters afterwards. So you need to drink 150% of the stuff you lost. So 1 liter, 150. So when you sweat all day like a pig and lose, I don't know, 5 liters. Oh no, 5 liters might be a bit much. Let's say you lose 2 or 3 liters of water. You have to drink 150% afterwards, or have to refill. So keep that in mind. I do 3 liters daily. Yeah, there are all, some drinking amount calculators online. Because yeah, depending on your activity on the day, you will need more water. So on a normal day when I do sports, depending on my size and weight, I need up to 8 liters of water a day. Just because you sweat out a lot of shit in that time. Not literal shit, but metaphorical shit. Okay, Mr. Idex, I'm printing even more dinos, medium raptors, and big-ass Rex. Okay, I don't know why that's a question. Okay, or big-ass Rex, yeah, of course, big-ass Rex. Oh, still don't know why that's a question. I disappeared in a YouTube rabbit hole, I think last week. So you're saying, but yeah, or both. And I went down the rabbit hole of Jurassic World Evolution park builders. I had a great time. Just people watching people building their parks, and then after that, the autoplay went into the Planet Zoo park builder mode, and then well, I was lost again. Oh man, I play that and yeah. I also play, I don't play it a lot, but every time I play it, I just put up way too big spaces for the dinosaurs and put in way too little of them. Because I'm like, yeah, it's dinosaurs, they need the space. And I don't want them to eat me, so... Looks alright. It's a bit bright, huh? What would you say? Yeah, I think this is better, right? From the camera brightness. There we go. Now we put a little... Ooh. That one looks shiny, huh? Nice. This one looks good. So yeah, if anyone has any predictions for the preview, just let me know. Put them in chat, and then we can judge you on that later. At the end of the preview. Or put them in Discord if you are in Discord. Has anyone seen bases to order with a little notch on the side? Predictions for what? For the Warhammer preview today. Murdoch. See bases to order with a little notch on the side. Man, you have to send me an example. On what you want. Hey, what up? Hobby ADHD, how are you doing? How's it going? And Murdoch, if you want, I can print you some Warhammer bases. I have black filament here. No problem. I can also print you them in any color you want. I'm currently printing a Warhammer 40k hand flamer. Pretty good. Having a little wrap, then going back to baby proofing the house. Yeah. That won't work. I'm always getting recommended the videos where children or babies just twist off the baby proofing. But I saw one where a guy, to baby proof the fridge that he has, he just put the handle on the other side where he put the latch points for the fridge door. So you open it backwards, but the handle is on the other side. That was pretty clever. Yeah, Murdoch, that's not a huge thing. I mean, I don't know where to buy them, but if you need them, I could print you them on the FDM printer. You just need to put a lot of condoms in different rooms, less chance of having babies. Well, that's also true. Or more chance, depending on what happens. Wildlife. I'm thinking maybe I don't need the notches there, just markers for the middle. Well, if you want them on 40k basis, just use a ruler and some, yeah, a white pen or just a normal pencil, you know. Or just maybe that's not what my wife meant by saying baby proofing. Don't pin him to with a needle to a board though. Well, that's also not a good idea. Now therefore Dino game. Okay. Well, just let me know. I can print them. I can ship you them. You only have to pay the shipping. And I can send you everything you want. So, on the larger lens. Now, on larger lenses, consider painting a small batch of corn red and Abaddon black mixed on the exact opposite side. Make sure to leave a swath? I don't know. You can put yourself in a box. You want to... What? I don't KMS here. Don't tempt me with a good time. All right. So I think it was the burnt red I used. Anything I want. Did you say anything I can print for you on it? If you need bases, I can print you bases. FDM bases are almost the same thing as the normal Warhammer bases. Just with less texture on the top. Or maybe even the same, depending on the build plate. But I haven't printed them, so printed bases yet. But I want to, so. Just let me know. I just want to help you, Murdoch. Fuck you. Alright, I need this one and black. Which black do we have? We have Abaddon black, but we also have the normal black. How much is a FDM printer? How much is a FDM printer? Depending on what you buy. Bamboo Lab has some pretty cheap ones. The A1 Mini, or the A1 in general, is pretty cheap. Like, I think 200 euros or something. The ones I have are, I think 500 and 700. But yeah. For stuff like base printing or printing terrain, FDM is more than enough. But also, if you don't want Bamboo Lab, there is Prusa out there. Prusa is making some good printers, but they are a bit more on the pricier side because they're a German company. I think they are a German company. Should be. Anyone excited for some Warhammer preview? Yeah. We are going to watch that on almost time already, so. Only reason I went out for grocery shopping today was the Warhammer preview to get some snackies. German and corporate greed shaking fist in the sky. Yeah, it's not really corporate greed. I think in Germany it's just labor in Germany is, if it's not like the essential jobs that we need, like people in the hospitals or stuff like that, it's just really has really high payments or salary costs. But also corporate greed. Yeah. But corporate greed isn't a German thing. In particular, it's corporate greed is a capitalism thing. I know nothing of the words I just wrote. Except shaking and fists. Well, that one looks good. Come on, show it. Time to baby roof. I'll be back later. All right. See you later. Damn. Oh. I just took a photo for you guys.
As ordered.
Hey, I'm trying to be in frame. How you doing, Seedring? There you go. A little display. Yeah, for some reason the autofocus isn't doing its job today. Again. Is it working better if I do this? Absolutely not. There you go. There's the little display. I was thinking of a face camera, but it looks like... You guys, I'll have to stop flirting with me. Or I believe you in the end. There we go. So, and the last step is finally add a dot of white on the same side as the red-black mirroring the brightest... Mirroring the brightest orange highlight, okay. But first, let me fix some stuff. How's it going? Going good? Going good. How's it going on your side? Speaking of German companies, my soundbar has a short after speaker cut off, and they made it the way that I can't open it on my own. It's a Teufel one. Yeah, but that's just a thing about modern appliances. I think it was Samsung or Sony or some company that invented a light bulb that would never break or never die. Or let's say some company invented a light bulb that would never die, but they didn't sell it because it wouldn't make money. Good, it's not been hot. We have an AC, cannot complain. I can also not complain because I have this little baby over here. My trusty AC. So it's been 19 to 20 degrees in here for the whole day. I blame Shell for the weather. Shell? The oil company? So let's find some white to put into the corner. Yes. I would blame humanity and climate change, but yeah, please explain. If anyone tells me there is no climate change to my face ever again, I think I have to really fight with me not to punch them straight into the face. It's been always hot in the summer. Yeah, how about you shut the fuck up, but not that hot. The days of heat anomaly days, or days with higher heat or higher temperatures in general, has almost doubled since, what was it, 90? No. Let me get it straight. Since the 80s, I think. But I need to find the graph for that again. But climate change is natural. Yeah, those people can fucking shut the fuck up. How can you be... Oh, Wusa. I will see their shoes and piss in it. Yeah, it's crazy. We have scientists working on that stuff all fucking day. And they say, yeah, climate change is real and we should do something. And then fucking Udo or Jürgen from the fucking bar next door tells me, no, they're all paid by them. They're all paid by the government. Shut the fuck up. You fucking idiots. People out there are wondering how we went from the Greek and Roman Empire, like times of education and inventions and stuff like that, to the fucking Middle Ages, medieval times. And I'm like, yeah, look outside, you idiots. We didn't have snow in the winter for at least 14 years, except 1 year. We have... Whew. Humanity is doomed to die, and I'm more and more convinced that it's not a bad thing. This is the only white I have? I don't believe it. Watch me open that white up and find the other white that I already opened. Nope, haven't found it. Well, there we go. I'm in freaking Austria, the land of skiing, and no snow. Yeah, it's just... Oh god, I lived with a climate change denier and Reisbürger. I'm for time. It's not what they say. I'm very sorry, Scrappy, but I'm glad it's lived by now. Yeah, people have all the information they need in their fucking pocket and still found a way to get dumber every fucking day. It is fascinating, but it's also sad. Why is there no paint coming off my brush? Don't know how free you printed it. Currently, they're both free. But they still have to work for me. So, some kind of a modern slavery, I would say. So, normal work. Corporate work. Sweatshop printer, yeah. They work all day, all night. I don't have any big plans to, or big things I need to print at the moment. It's all stuff I print for myself, so just let me know. All right. How do we like this display? There we go. Can you please focus on the display again? Thank you. Mint. All right. I take that. No, I need to... Oh, Sallies! Yes, indeed. Salamanders. How are you doing, Antifreeze. Watch me reading your name twice to get it right. What up, Mr. Fat Cat? How are you doing? Alright, it's still Amazon Day. Yeah, but be careful. Not all deals on Amazon are really deals. Today, use the browser plugin. Oh, what's it called? Keeper, Keepa, is a plugin for your browser that checks the prices over the last year or more time, depending on the product, and there you can see if the vendors raised their prices before Amazon Day just to put on a big discount label for the Prime Day. Keepa. It's a browser extension. Yeah, Antifreezer, are you also a Salamanders fan? I would guess by someone saying Sally's. I am. Nice. Are you building, painting, reading, a lore fan, or everything all at once? Fat Cats here, better get the feed cam ready. I can't do a feet cam today. My feet are actually cold right now. Fat Cat is super heavy. Day 1 of 3 at Tankfest is over. Tankfest. Sounds like a great idea. It sounds also like it's a festival just of tanks. There is Sally's and Xally's. No, there's only one Xally. Thank God. And the later shot hot white stuff from the skin flamer. Oh my God, I want to attend once. I have 6,000 points of Sally's for Horus Heresy. Nice. No, your feet are hot. No, they are pretty cold right now. Skin flamer is a wild thing. Yeah, I also have one model of Horus Heresy here. It's not where I put it. I have the Saturnine Praetor because I want to do a Chapter Master to Shan conversion or kit bash for 40k Salamanders. And I think Tushan would wear something like this. Or this armor. And it has a huge hammer, so got it. Got me with that already. Yeah, for your information, Salamanders are my first army. I'm painting for almost 2 years now. Let me get the evolution. So this here is my first ever miniature or space marine. I put effort in. As you can see, it's really rough. So this is my first one here. I really hated painting the insignia on the shoulder pad, but right now it's one of my favorite parts to paint. Then I went on with the squad of intercessors. This is my first improvement there. Can I maybe, if I put the focus here, there we go. This one is my favorite because I put a little Death Guard helmet in here, so it feels like it's right after the Horus Heresy or Istvan 5, where the Salamanders fought the Death Guard on Nocturne. Also, I learned with this batch of intercessors that you have to shake your Ultimate Varnish very, very long before you use it. And then I went on with my aggressors. They look way better already. There you go. Also, the aggressors are the minis where I learned to build everything in fucking sub-assembly because painting the tubes at the back.
For Russ and the All-Father!
For Russ and the All-Father! Why the fuck isn't my overlay showing? Give me a second. Painting. There we go. Let's play that one again.
For the Khan and the Emperor!
My overlay is not showing. Well, well. Okay, now you're part of the White Scars. Well, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. This is where the aggressors are the miniatures where I found out that I want to paint or build everything in sub-assembly. Also, the insignia, much better than before. And then I started with my current scheme, which are those guys. They are airbrushed. And I built some, built my own green stuff capes and tabards from... This one is the Vulcan Hestan one. This one is one from the Black Ark Corsairs. Yeah. And now we are... This one here is the last batch. Or the most current batch I finished. Of Infernus Marines. Tried out some non-metallic metal. I forgot to clip off the sprues up there. Yeah, and now we are painting all the models for my army, or at least all the foot soldiers. Currently 5 Eradicators. But here in the airbrush booth, we have, yeah, all of those guys standing, waiting to be painted, so yeah. That was a little rundown for you there. Okay, 15 minutes to go for the Warhammer preview. $17 for 5 bases. Yeah, well, Murdoch, it will be like €6 of shipping or €7 of shipping for as much as you need. So just let me know. And you're talking about stuff. Okay. Let me fire one of the...
As ordered.
Aha, there we go. Okay, let's prep for the Warhammer preview. There you go. Also, let's do a little break. Everybody go pee, go grab your snacks, and then we will be back with the Warhammer preview. Your sounds kind of nice, man. Your works, sounds. Ah, Fat Cat. All right, yeah. So yeah. I will be right back. Get all of your drinks and everything you need for the Warhammer preview, guys. Alrighty, there is one ad break, so we can keep ads out of the preview, hopefully. Let me, in the meantime, whoop. By the way, so Maddock, if you want me to print them, just send me the STLs and tell me how many you want. There's the preview. I need to find my tab with the music so I can turn this off while we're at the preview. Man, Murdoch, please drink something. You sound like you're having a stroke. All right. It's because I'm sitting like a goblin in front of my PC and my keyboard is sideways, yeah. Are you also shrimping? Oh no, you see my carrots. Let's change it to browser. There we go. Why? Name of my sex tape. Oh no, you see my carrots. Alrighty, tidy. Are they still offline? Ugh, ads. Ah, there we go. Let me swap this one to... Huh? Why isn't there sound for the browser overlay? There we go. Mute this one. All right. Please let me know if the audio is good. Gonna be honest, Turbo is worth it. Turbo. I showed you my carrot. Please respond. What? Nah. they are raising YouTube premium prices by €2, and I decided to let it fizzle out because fuck them. I'm thinking about building myself a Pi hole, so Raspberry Pi that blocks all ad providers by their URL, so it doesn't let any ads through into your system or into your network, basically. Is the sound okay? Let me know. Is good? Perfect. I can put this up here. So I can also watch the premium. Alrighty. So 3 minutes. Get your snacks and everything ready. I have carrots, cucumber, and tzatziki. I forgot that we get ads while we are in the fucking full... How much does Twitch Turbo cost? $11.99. Oh, fuck you. All right, we have Twitch Turbo now. I only have the 7-day trial now, so... At least for now. Open streaming again. Alright. If the sound can be louder or anything, Murdoch, scream. Can be a bit louder for me. Alrighty.
Hello everybody and welcome to this very exciting preview. This is the big summer Warhammer preview. I am Adam Troke, this is Eddie Eccles, and we're delighted to have your company.
Yeah, this is going to be a really cool preview. We've got stuff from loads of different game systems to show you, loads of Warhammer to talk about. We think about 90 minutes of stuff.
Yeah,
right?
90
Could run
minutes!
to about that long depending on how fast we talk and how sidetracked we get by all the details. But yeah, for the next hour and a half or so, we're going to fill the air with loads of cool Warhammer things. We've got things to cover from Warhammer 40,000, Warhammer Age of Sigmar, Warhammer the Old
Dark
World,
Angels
Warhammer
shirt
Blood
confirmed.
Bowl, Warhammer Horus Heresy, and Legions Imperialis. Have I forgotten anything?
Kill Team.
Warhammer 40,000 Kill Team. So loads to go
Loads of
through.
different systems. It's not every single system
Hi,
that we make.
Wolfie.
There are a few systems we couldn't quite squeeze
Absolutely.
in. So we haven't got any Warcry for you. We haven't got
How
any
you doing?
Underworld.
Or Middle Earth.
We haven't got any Middle Earth, but we'll have stuff on all of those game systems in the not too distant future.
Absolutely. So keep your eyes on warhammercommunity.com if you want to hear about the news on those.
They
as
have
it
any
happens.
technical difficulties? Not
Meanwhile, while the
not
chat
until
builds up
now.
and we
So
get ready to kick off. There's a few things we normally do. The first thing is that we ask people in the chat where you're from. I was looking at the chat as people answered the.
I enjoyed the quiz.
The
That
quiz was
good
fun,
It
right?
good fun.
Did you get any
I'm doing
I
good.
got all of them right,
I'm
obviously,
chilling in
yeah.
my
Very good.
I'm chilling and
also have,
chilly
questions, so I
in
did
my
cheat
office.
a bit.
Perfect. I was doing all right myself, and I saw where some people are from. We've got people from Texas. There's people from all around the UK. Lot from Europe as well. I saw some France and some Germany. So wherever you are in this global Warhammer community, welcome to this preview. We're delighted that you would choose to spend some time with us.
Yep, absolutely. Are you doing any hobby recently, Adam?
I have. I've found doing hobby a bit hard. I've been very busy, and also the weather is
been a bit warm, hasn't
anathema
it?
to painting
Yeah.
right now here in the UK. We are getting burninated. But I have put together everything that was on the Space Marine side of my Armageddon box,
Nice.
including sort of dark angeling, is that a word? Up,
Why not?
the
Yeah,
models
why not?
with some extra.
You have a
details and
regular
backgrounds
basis
and
too.
things like
I
What
don't
about-
buy it. There are so much
Eldari,
free
some of them.
normal Warhammer base
Paradons on the
STLs
painting
out
table
there.
at
I
the
can
moment,
find them.
and
that. Did you finish your cockfort?
I did finish my Cogfort. Yes,
Perfect.
I had a good time with that. I
Actually,
did loads
it
of
was on
hobby.
Warcom, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Nice. So, meanwhile, the other thing I've been doing to fill a little bit of my hobby time is I've been sort of
Can't finish that
hammering some
cockfort.
army lists using the Warhammer 40,000
Yes,
app.
yes.
And I've been looking at. I saw somebody had made a really interesting little video on like Instagram or somewhere about how you could use the Fulgurist detachment, which is like land speeder centric. And so I'm trying to work out how I can synergize that with all of my Ravenwing things to make like a very fast moving sort of attacking and deep striking in force. That could be really
Yeah, a
fun.
lot of people doing Warhammer 40,000 army list theorying. at the
Yeah, I've
moment,
been
aren't they?
caught up in
Yeah.
the wave. I think. What about you?
Yeah, obviously, I've got one list for every single faction in 40k. That
And
I'm
you've played your first official game of
I've
the new
played
edition.
one game, one official game of the new edition so far with my Eldar against some Tau.
You are undefeated. Retire now.
So far, undefeated.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. Right. So,
Sorry.
as we said,
We're back.
we've got loads of things to talk about throughout the course of this preview. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope that you have a nice time. We are going to start off the show by going to the grim darkness of the far future, and we're going to talk about some things for Warhammer 40,000.
Mhm.
So here we are.
Warhammer 40,000 mentioned.
Warhammer 40,000 Armageddon, the launch box for the new edition, sort of out there in the wild. It's worth talking about some of the things that are coming up. And the first thing that we're going to talk about is how new people to Warhammer might get started in the Warhammer 40,000.
There you go, Murdoch.
With some Warhammer 40,000 starter sets. So here is the
Sleep.
Warhammer 40,000
Ooh.
starter set. We've got one in the flesh. This is an enormous box. And
Show it off!
the perfect way if you've never played Warhammer 40,000 before and want to get started to jump straight into the hobby. Eddie, what can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so we
That's
did know that
basically
some of
the minis
miniatures
from
the Warhammer 40,000
Armageddon
will be
box,
available in
yeah.
other sets in the future. This is one of the first places you'll be able to get hold of them. So in this, you effectively have a combat patrol of Space Marines, painted as Ultramarines, but you can paint them whatever color you want. You've also got a combat patrol of Orcs. You've also got a battlefield of stuff to play across, and effectively a combat patrol's worth of battlefield terrain.
The only
for
thing
combat
that's
patrols. So,
missing
like,
on the
Yeah, absolutely. This is essentially everything you need to.
Yeah,
get
there was
started with your
few
first
minis
Warhammer
missing.
40,000 all in one box.
But
All
it's
the models are push
basically-
fit, the terrain's really easy to put together. It's got the
Oh,
game
it's
board
also
and
with
all of
terrain.
Pieces.
Yeah, the
pieces you
chaplain
can
and
put your terrain on,
the-
so you can
the
just
banner,
play straight out of
the
box
ancient.
if you want to.
Yeah, it's also got all the rules and stuff in there.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got your core rules and then the sort of the guide for using the models that are in the box. So this is the first of the starter products that we're going to talk about.
On the
right
Orc
now,
side, I
but
think it's
there's
just a
more to
big-
come.
big
So,
walker thingy.
What if you wanted to get started in Warhammer 40,000? You don't want the two-player launch set, and you just want maybe a starter set which focuses on one of the factions. Well, this is getting started with Space Marines. And
Yeah,
it's
watch
the
that.
same combat
Watch
patrol
that
you
box
saw
cost
in the
like
previous box,
100
and it's
euros,
complete with the paints that you would need to do your first paint jobs on these.
or
boxes.
even more,
11
like a
paints in the
combat
set.
patrol.
So you can get started right away with the Adeptus Astartes.
Yeah, and this is perfect if you've already got a gaming group, they've already got their box sets, they've split them all up, and you've got an odd number of players, and what if you want Space Marines, you can grab yourself this set and start playing straight away. This is your self-contained little starter set.
I
for
don't
Space
like
Marines.
the
It
artwork
will
on the
perhaps
left. It
surprise nobody
feels
to know there is
really,
an orc
really
equivalent of this.
Yes,
AI-ish.
this is almost exactly the same, but green.
There you go.
So you have the combat patrol for orcs. Then you've got a bunch of variously orky paints. So this is a great little
Yeah, it's a
set
combat
for
patrol.
people
They
that
just
are
said
all
it. Okay.
Yeah,
The
and I
combat
think
patrol
one of the things
price
to note here, you've already
with
said
2
it, but,
paints.
if you're just looking to sort of
The spinning
join an
annoys me,
existing group, or
yeah,
maybe just
it's-
start one of these
they
armies
just
for the
should
first time
just
and you're
turn the
already in Warhammer
thing left,
40,000.
right.
This really is a great way to do it because you get the paints you would need to kickstart that painting process too.
Or if you just
60%
enjoy
of the
orc army,
Armageddon
you
box,
just
you
want
don't
to
get
watch
all the
loads
cards
more
and
orcs.
books.
Yeah, no kidding. There's another way to get started as well, which is this introductory set, and I find this one to be quite exciting. You've got some Space Marines and some orcs and some paints, and you can have a gaming experience, but it's really sort of a first steps into the Warhammer 40,000 gaming and hobby experience.
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything. And the thing that's cool about this to point out is that while the other sets, the miniatures, are the same ones
I don't
from the
want books,
Warhammer
I just
40,000
want
Armageddon
rules
set,
for the
these ones are brand new.
I like
miniatures. So you've got
books
5
because they have
instances in there.
artwork in it
You've got a
and
Space
stuff like
Marine
that.
Lieutenant. It's been like a whole week since we had a new Space Marine Lieutenant. So
Couldn't
we
have come
had
soon
to have
enough.
one. And then you've got a new unit of Orc Boys. Orc Boys are the same kind of unit as the ones you get in Armageddon, but they've got different poses. And critically, you've also got some heavy and special weapons
Yeah, you've
in
got
the
a
Orc
big
squad.
shooter and a rocket launcher inside.
Absolutely.
that
So
set.
you want to add in some extra shooting
more.
into your big
Oh,
orc
and they're
mobs you
still
can,
all
and,
monopose. Yeah, I
all the
think so.
characters are kind of new poses as well. So it's quite a cool little set.
I get weirdly excited about all the different poses of intercessors, particularly these sort of push fit ones, because I find them easy to build. And so I'm hoping somebody will split that set.
All
with
the
me.
different
Nice.
poses with
Hinting.
push
There
fit
you go.
models?
We're
What
on.
the fuck are you
Right,
talking about?
There's also some paint sets. This is the paints and tool set. This would synergize perfectly with that Warhammer 40,000 starter set where you get the combat patrols. It's got 13 paints, clippers.
That
no matter
artwork
what, and a brush,
feels
everything you
very-
need to get started with your painting
very
journey. If you've never painted Warhammer models before, this
sketchy.
would be a decent pickup.
Yeah, this is a lovely little set. I started with a set a lot like this when I started playing Warhammer. You can paint almost anything with this box because you've got all your primary colors and then black and white and your metallics and some really useful little tools. So this is just a really solid base.
That box is
Yeah,
disgusting.
absolutely. If you
The
want one
paint
more
box
themed
here,
towards a particular army, you can start with this, which is very much like the set I started.
it is so
with
crazy
Warhammer,
that
which
they
was an orcs paint
put
set
a
back in the
box
day.
together
This is boys and paints
with
you've
paints
got
and
6
tools.
paints and a brush and a couple of orc
and
boys
they
and a
put
couple
on a
again,
big margin
just
on
go
it.
into the painting experience and see how you get along. There's a Space Marine equivalent, which is intercessors and paints. Again, 6 paints, a brush, and 2 Space Marine intercessors. Ooh, deep breath. That was a lot of ways to start your Warhammer 40,000 experience, and I think it'd be a good time to like introduce your friends or a family member or relative or whatever that you want to like.
It's a
try and
really
convince to
good
play.
time to start playing Warhammer 40,000 because there's a brand new edition out. Everyone's kind of in the same place. Everyone's learning the rules together.
But
This is the
maybe
perfect
I will
time.
get one of
Nice.
these
I love it.
small
So,
starting
it
paint
follows on
kits
quite nicely. We're
for
gonna
my
talk about
nieces
the
as a
terrain
gift.
now. So
That
we've
would
got
be
some really interesting terrain kits to
maybe
point out
something.
and talk about. The first is combat patrol battles.
There we go.
So this is all of the terrain you see here in a box, along with the game boards. And
Also
the
price at
tiles
the
to,
combat patrol. Yeah, 6
terrain
paints and a combat patrol
prints,
price.
put the terrain on. This is everything you need in one box to play a complete game of combat patrol.
Yeah. And if you've already bought the starter set, if you add this box onto the starter set, you effectively have a full board's worth of terrain for something like an incursion or 2,000 point game
Yeah.
of Warhammer 40,000. Or in a self-contained set, it is the exact right amount of stuff to play combat patrol.
Yeah, and worth poining out this with this one, this like the models in the starter set.
Is
are
this the
unpainted. So
Ah,
all of these terrain
unpainted.
pieces?
Okay.
They come on the grey plastic that you're familiar with, easy to put together, and then you can paint them in the color scheme that suits your board at home or your armies or whatever you would like.
Yeah.
Hey, I like
this
the new
set,
terrain. It looks
combat
good.
patrol set comes in around the same price as a combat patrol itself.
Perfect. Right. If you want to add more things to it, or you just want to focus on building a terrain board that suits your own preferences, we've got a few little terrain sets to talk about. This is the
Don't get the
manufactured
infinity
ruins, which are those
ones.
sort of classic building shapes that you often
What do you
see on
mean?
battlefields.
Scrappy.
There's some of these in that combat patrol set that we just showed you before. There's more. There's also the galvanic
Infinity,
network. This
the
represents
game
those,
system,
power lines and things that run
models?
across the sort of ash wastes of Armageddon, and is a wonderful way to
Buy 3
bring
combat
some
patrols
character
and
to
you
your
can
battlefield.
finally
And then you've got the
play
plastic
combat
cluster here,
patrol.
which looks like it's writhing with electricity.
Well, you can
And
buy
you've got, like, a really
the
important
starter
server
set
tool
with
trapped in the
everything,
console at the front.
and then you
Like
can
free
play
custom
combat
services
patrol.
in Warhammer 40,000.
It is. It's not.
But
the
it
best.
will be maybe the price of
All
3
that
combat
is really
patrols.
exciting terrain. All comes unpainted, and is all coming fairly soon down the pipe.
That's
There's
absolutely true.
something else we need to explain to people that you've already talked about a little bit with Aidan on a video before, right?
That's absolutely right. Currently, all the terrain in my collection is Eddie painted. Very
Perfect.
soon, I will be able to also benefit from ready painted terrain. This is the new ready painted Battlefield Armageddon box, and this is everything you need for a full incursion size game of Warhammer 40,000 in one box, and all of the terrain in this comes ready painted and ready to go.
Yeah, the box is enormous.
There we go.
It is jam-packed with absolutely loads of fantastic terrain, and we've got one here to open. So what we thought we'd do is actually just crack one open and build
crack one
of the
open
terrain
with the
pieces in it,
boys
nice and quickly to show
on
you
a
what it's
Friday
While Alan
night.
tells you about it, I'm going to build one of the terrain pieces in here
Great.
to show you how quickly we
Get
can make
clipping, right. So what we've got is some nice pictures to show you while Eddie gets feverishly to work. So here you can see...
Yeah,
what
show
we're
us
doing.
Eddie when he's
Essentially,
fucking working.
Full battlefield's worth of already painted terrain. Try and talk over the rummaging and
Yeah,
crashing.
it's
and
already
everything.
painted. It's with
The set comes
UV
with the game
printing.
boards that you need. It has the terrain markers, so you know where to put your terrain pieces onto. And obviously, the terrain is painted to ready painted to a brilliant standard.
So
if you are looking to
UV
just
printer
clip
prints on
things
the
out from
paints.
the frames, put it together quickly.
I mean,
and start playing a game of Warhammer 40,000.
If you
on a
paint your
battlefield,
army and you
it's
don't
really
want to
good.
paint
This is a wonderful
the
way
fucking
to go.
terrain
It's going to be
to
enormously
play
popular with
and
people
to look
who,
good,
like
hey,
me
that's
at home,
a
I've already
good
got
thing,
my own,
right?
terrain board, but if I wanted to host a game night and I wanted maybe like 3 friends to come over so we could
Does it
play
come with
round robin
pre-painted
style games,
outlets
this would
too?
enable me to do it nice
I
and
think
quickly.
so.
You can
Yeah,
have
I
gaming
think
clubs,
there are mode
tournaments,
lines on
and
there.
all of those people who have a need for a nice looking battlefield quickly.
Yeah, look
are gonna
look
find
at
this
him
really exciting.
clipping out the
Hold that one up,
terrain.
Chris.
Oh, there you go.
Show
I'll
people
show
the
you what it
details.
looks like. Here you go. If we get a zoom in on this. So this is a piece directly off of the frame that Eddie has just worked on, and you can see the level of detail. You've got the fantastic...
No, I
colour
can't see the
around
level
the
of detail because your
sort of,
camera is
ornaments and the candles
not
and
that
so on.
good.
Inside, you can see the interior detail. So within the sort of the walls, you can see this sort of chipped and very nicely done sort of corrosion.
Is that the
dripping down the wall.
G-Shock
Really is a
watch?
very impressive piece of terrain.
Almost there. Almost there.
So now we've got 2. Now I always try and put these together too early, so I don't want to ruin doing it. So essentially,
Oh,
it just
they
pushed
painted
it. It's one
though
of the
with the
things that
stem.
we've discovered.
No,
The,
I think
the guys
it's
who run our
some
global
kind of
events do things
UV
like this because it's gonna
printing
make us put
method
together
with a
large battlefields
UV
very quickly,
printer
and you
that
can
prints
also
on the
unclip these
paints.
things when you're ready to, and put it back into a relatively
So I think-
small space.
Yeah, the
There
whole
you go.
thing, actually, if you leave the kind of floors off, then the whole thing... Oh, I need to clip out those a bit.
We need to do a bit more clipping.
Bit more
There you
clipping,
go.
tiny bit more clipping. If you take the floors out, the whole thing packs back into the box,
There you go.
pretty much. So that's pretty easy.
Which is nice if you're looking for somewhere to
I
store
don't
your
know
mobs.
what that means. Yeah, I also don't know what it means, but I
So
think
one of the
I
things
heard
that's quite nice
that
about
it
this
is
I speed
UV
painted my
paint
entire
printed on
battlefield.
by a
It took me
UV
all
printer.
of a Saturday to build and all of a Sunday to speed paint. And
Don't
it's
ask
still
me
not of
about
the same
the
quality,
technique behind
as the
that.
completion on this. And so you've done the first
Ta-da!
building in what? The amount of time it's taken us to talk about this. There we go. Moving it around. And it really does look wonderful. You can see the
Yeah, I mean,
door
hey,
and everything
come on,
inside it.
it's not a bad
I couldn't
product.
be more excited
Yeah,
about
A
it.
lot of
I'm pretty
people
pleased with this. I'm
hate
quite pleased with the
building
effects I've got on some of
or
the,
painting
the glow there
terrain.
as well. I think the dry brushing
Are you
I've achieved on
taking
this.
credit for all this work?
Yeah, I just made this. You all saw it. So
Lovely. Nice. So this is on its way later in the year. It will come behind all of the other
Like
starter
they
products that we just
changed
talked
the
about.
resin each layer.
And
Nah,
so you're looking more towards the autumn.
it is
time or
printed
spring,
on.
right?
It is
yeah,
not
and in
printed.
terms of price, this one comes in. It has twice as much terrain as the Combat Patrol Battlefield, and it comes in at a little bit more than the cost of 2 Combat Patrols.
There you go. So,
Okay, this
yeah,
one
very
costs
exciting.
more than 2 combat patrols.
Okay, so we
So,
talked about all of the starter sets. We've talked
200
about all of the
euros?
terrain, the ready paint terrain, very exciting. I guess we should talk a little bit about the things that are coming along with the first codex of
Yeah,
11th
we should
edition.
probably do that.
So it's time to look at some orcs.
You want some wheels?
Yeah.
Get yourself a truck.
Ooh,
Trucks. Big trucks.
nice.
Trucks.
Can I hate the? Can I turn off the
They've
fucking?
got all the gubbins and guns. Grabbing claws, rammy bits, shooters, rockets, you name it.
Can we also watch?
Rocks. Go fast or go home.
Vehicles may explode when fired upon. Safety of transported boys is not guaranteed.
That was fun. It's a good time to be an orc this year, isn't it?
It is. They are getting absolutely spoiled. We can confirm today the first codex is orcs, and alongside
The first codex
there
is
are a
orcs,
whole
oh my
bunch of new
God!
Miniatures. One of the most exciting miniatures on its way is that new
Not
ship
Manios
and the
Kaiga.
mech, which are on their
Can we
way.
talk about the mech first?
Let's do the mech first. So, orc mechs, those of you who know orcs will know, these are the mechanics that basically put together all of the weird and wonderful creations that's going to battle alongside your orcs. They are surprisingly good at
Odd
science.
boys with the
Yeah.
innate knowledge to just make awesome things out of
Gene,
squat.
Nice.
gene-coded, innate, kind of inherited knowledge in terms of how to make things like teleporters and trucks and guns and
I
shooters.
wish I had
and-
those skills.
I
I'd be
mean,
much
you know,
more
if you
useful
play
around the
yourself, I'm
house.
sure you can do it. But yeah, this is a really cool miniature. It has a kind of really thematic. He's got a kind of
Tiger
spanner
in
clobber
orc mech
thing there. He's
armor.
got his slugger. But the thing that he really does is kind of bring
Reckon
with
they
him
get some
all
fun
of the
rules
awesome
for that
machines
arm,
make
like
Orc
move an
Army so
enemy
fun to
unit.
play
That
in
would
Warhammer
be
40,000.
So with
funny.
no further ado, let's talk about the truck then, which is maybe the
Or
star of
throw
the
a
show.
tactical rock.
This is the new orc
Yo.
truck. It's the evolution of the classic orc truck that you know and love. A little bit bigger, a few more options, and is really just wonderful to look at. It comes with a variety of options.
That
In terms
one
of
looks
weapon mounts,
good.
You've got the big shooter, you've got the rocket launcher, you have options for a grabber claw and a buzzsaw, and all of those can be swapped in positions on the top so that you can build different configurations to have some great variety.
Yeah,
of
true. We
making
will get
Yeah, this is a
orcs will get
phenomenally cool
bikers too.
miniature. Like the current truck is really cool, right? The
Absolutely.
truck that is in current orc armies is a perfectly good vehicle, but it's been with us for a long time now, right? Like it's been
What is it, 15 years?
something
more?
like that. Yeah, it's been around for a while.
Man, that is
This
the
beautiful
most
reinvention of it.
Mad
The
Max
that really
thing
makes
I've
this
seen.
is the fact that you can build it in so many different ways. Where the
For the
pintle
orcs.
mount goes, where the close combat
With the
weapon
little-
goes,
what
how
is
the
it?
boys
The-
are positioned, what the
is it
driver looks like,
Even
what
going
goes on the
Snotling
you can see the way
hanging
it
on
looks
the
like it's going
side?
around the corner because you can alter the look of the suspension.
Yeah, you can kind of play with where the wheels are, and I think especially if you've gone for a really heavy sort of Evil Sons or Speed Freak style army,
Oh,
and you want
look
to have
at
a bit
that
of
one.
variety in your force. This one kit with
That
with
shit
no
is
changes
cool.
at all from what comes in the box can be built enough times that you would never need to replicate what a single truck looks like.
Yeah, so we've got a couple here on the desk. The one.
Oh,
I'm
look
most
on the
excited
left,
by
look on the
is
left,
this
lower left.
Awesome-looking skull prow at the front. It just looks so like.
There's
new and
some-
awful.
there's-
This
there's more.
Skull motif for the orcs is so iconic. Yeah, really fantastic. Now, what we wanted to do, the reason we brought these along, is
Yeah.
we can sandwich this little guy in
Make some
between them
space in the parking
and
lot
just
there.
show you if you've already got some
Ah,
trucks
okay.
in your collection, how nice they're going to look. Don't want to mangle the models, Adam.
Have it melted, we'll get you.
I know, right? So
They
this
look
is how
good
it looks with
scale-wise to the old
classic
models.
truck in between. It's a really good look. I think
Yeah,
people are going to
if
be
you've
very
already
happy.
got some trucks in your army, you can absolutely keep them alongside these new ones. I think there's something to be said for an orc army. It's got a bit of a
I
round
love how
shackle
this
look to them.
stands.
So
Yeah.
you could replace them completely, or if you want to have a mix, that's absolutely fine. But I think the new ones just bring. They just look great. They've got so many cool options.
Yeah, I agree.
They're gonna look
Man,
phenomenal.
but
Nice.
they
So,
also look good with
that's
the
a
old
couple of
models, and that is
fantastic
a
brand new kits
good
coming
thing.
for the orcs. There's more on the way that people might be able to learn about through the progress of the Deathmire.
Yeah,
events.
that's right. So there's lots of orc stuff still to come. Some of the stuff we're showing you today,
Yeah, like
some of
the
it
orc
will be
bike
revealed potentially
dudes.
if the orcs do well in the Siege of Deathmire campaign that's currently running. So if you want to see some more orcs, play some games, send in your results, and you might get to see some more very, very soon. There are a few other boxes to talk about today.
They look very slapped together, yeah.
Armageddon as well.
Yeah, that's right. So essentially, if you wanted to
Ah,
pick up
there
some
it is,
things
the
from
big
Armageddon
mech.
or duplicate them, we're going to be releasing the Dakar rig separately, the War Track separately, and the Weird Boy separately.
Alright,
and also
they
the other
already
sort of commands.
come
Is that
out
the right word
separately.
for an orc?
Sure, why not?
So the banner knob, the big boss, and the pain boy will be released in a command crew set as well. So there's a whole bunch of extra stuff to come. We should probably talk a bit about the codex itself, though, right?
Yes.
So obviously, this is the first codex of 11th edition, and it heralds something really exciting in terms of a format change for Warhammer 40,000 codexes. So here you can see it's contained in a slipcase, and we've got one live in front of you. So it's a perfect bound book, slightly smaller. than
it's
the
not a
codexes in
hardback.
terms of,
It's
height,
not a hardback.
but it is really thick and is packed with
Oh,
an incredible
fuck you,
amount
Games
of orc
Workshop.
content.
170
Cutting costs at every
Perfect. And,
every
The
corner.
first thing that I would like to just eulogize on is how incredible the lore.
I really
section
like
is. We are
hardback
talking
books.
a
I hate
really thick lore section.
those
which
soft
is
books.
Everything you would want to know about the orcs and how they operate. It's got a gatefold map. You can see it here, which is the orky perspective. on the
Saving
galaxy,
money
the
again,
places
yeah.
the orcs are fighting, the
Ugh.
different wars that are taking place.
I
But there's a lot
really
more stuff in
don't
that. It
like
talks about the
flappy
orcs, where they
books.
come from,
I
how they
hate it.
fight, their culture, the different clan structures. Literally the most complete guide on orcs you could hope for, and perhaps the most information on orcs there's ever been in one place. Every unit gets its own full bestiary section, for example. Information on the glyphs, information on like what clan icons and things that like. It's really great. But also, some people might be interested in the rules.
Yeah, so one of the big changes to the rules in this codex versus the previous ones was in the last edition there was quite a lot of rules.
But
in the
this
codex,
one looks
but
like
quite
a
a lot of them
hardback on
you
the
could use in all different
image.
types of games. So if
Look at it. It has
some
the
of you
seam
can
on
only use
the
Crusade games, for example,
on the back of the book.
All of the rules in this codex, and there are at least as many rules in this one as there were in the last one, you
Yeah.
can use in every type of game. One of the ways that manifests, you'll immediately notice, is the amount of detachments that you get to play
No,
with.
is it
There
the
are
slipcase?
15 different orc detachments in this codex.
That's loads of ways to use your
Loads of
army,
different ways to
right?
put your army together, ranging from
15
lots of
orc
different sizes in terms
detachments.
of detachment points. It gives you a huge variety of different ways that you can potentially put an army together. Some of these you could probably guess at the themes. There are like some fast ones, some stompy ones.
Yeah, the
some
fly
all
boys
about-
gives itself away, doesn't
Right,
it?
like so there's some ones you could probably
Yeah,
guess
but
at.
yeah,
there's loads
that
of brand new
slipcover
ways to put
will
together
break
an army
down
that's just never been possible
why
before. And it gives you a sense of what codexes will feel like in the new edition, where they will bring this huge variety of list building opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's more to it than just the detachment.
There's a Space Marine in the background.
Rules have been looked at by the Warhammer rules team, and they've come up with some things. This is the army special rule, essentially, isn't it?
Yeah, so WAR, right? You can't have WAR. You can't have an orc codex without a WAR. The WAR rule has changed a little bit.
There's your WAR
so
rule.
There'll be some things that are familiar. There's some slight changes. It still allows you to.
I don't know
run
anything
and
about
charge,
orcs.
but it now lets you re-roll that run as well. It also lets you have assault on all of your weapons, which is a thing it didn't used to do. So that means that if you've gone for a very shooty army, so like speed freaks, you've got loads of like bikes and buggies and things.
Yeah, we
that-
stand back with flash kits.
yeah,
or
that's
whatever.
immediately really useful. And it also gives you the riled up ability, which triggers all sorts of things across all the sorts of different bits of the codex, where other units will become more powerful, and you still get that invulnerable save as well to make your.
It's a
orcs.
really great.
It's,
army
it's a
rule, isn't
really,
it?
really good rule.
So
For one
they
turn of
added
the
2
game, you have a
more
great
things to
turn
the
every single
WAR,
game.
the
Yeah, and then all
reroll,
of the units
advance,
within
and the
codex have
assault
had their,
on all.
data sheets looked at. So here's the truck that we
attacks.
just showed you before, and you can see what's gone on with it. So you can see the different weapon options and things to give you a sense of what it means for your codex, I suppose.
Yeah, so what you'd expect, it still kind of has a similar-ish stat line to what the truck does at the moment. It is a kind of medium-sized vehicle. The things that you'll notice are that it has more weapon options than it used to. So you've got options there for different combat weapons, different shooting weapons.
And piling out is quite a nice
Yeah,
thing, isn't
you've got a really cool little mechanic where if an enemy unit gets nearby, something like a unit of fire dragons or eliminators or something is ready to kind of ready to kill your truck, you can pile the boys out.
Dang nice
ready to kind
options.
of
Yeah.
countercharge or to avoid being caught in the.
If you
explosion or
say
something like
that, Scrappy,
It's a
I
really
don't
useful little rule.
know
It's
anything
quite
about orcs,
neat
so
practical plays you can do.
you will have to tell me if
Trucks
it's
are gonna
good
be
or
good.
bad.
Yeah, perfect. And then in terms of other data sheets being looked at, it'd be worth looking at the Orc Boys, who really have had something of a stat line glow up, it's fair to say.
Yeah, there's a lot going on this
Holy
data
shit.
sheet, and I think I would recommend if you've got an orc army.
All
so-
ranged
Yeah,
weapons.
Now is the moment to record this.
There's the first thing you'll notice is there's loads of weapon options. So one of the things we got asked a lot about the Armageddon box was, is that all the options that the orcs will have in the new
Holy
edition?
shit.
It absolutely isn't. You've got loads of different choices. In fact, more
Oh
than
my god!
more than I think you've ever had for an orc unit. You've got some classic stuff returning. So you've got a burner back in there.
Imagine
Bad not
playing
having orcs
against an
here,
orc
which is
player
really
that
cool.
has
You've got
every
loads of different
single
options
weapon
for your boss's
in a
weapons.
squad of orc boys.
And the thing I want to draw your attention to
Rolling
is
through the whole
first
table.
way right at the bottom of that stat line there is the strength of a basic orc boy is now 5, and that is
Such bad news for
that
Space
is an
Marines.
across the codex update to your orcs. Every single orc is at least strength 5 all of the time now. So that goes for boys. It also goes for
Burner boys are already confirmed. They fight the in the
increase as well. So
Operation
already
Imperator
pretty
book. They
scary
fight
orcs,
the Salamanders
really
in the
scary orcs.
equatorial jungle.
Fantastic. I think.
Or
it just looks
not
like
really
a
fight
load of
them. They
great
are getting so
information. I'm really
excited that the
excited.
Salamanders are burning everything
and-
down that they
And
start
it
to
heralds something
burn
really interesting.
down
The last thing
everything
to
with
talk about
them.
with the codex is obviously in the back of it, it includes the code that you will put into your Warhammer 40,000 app to unlock and access the rules. It does something else on top of that.
Oh, it is
Kind
the
of like
fucking
your
slipcase that
passport to
makes it look like,
ongoing content for your Warhammer 40,000
hardback
orc
seam
codex
here.
throughout its
Yeah.
lifespan. There will be regular drops of lore and rules so that you can continue to get great stuff out of your codex as the time continues. They've given us a sneak peek into some of the stuff that's coming, and it sounds both really cool and really thematic. So I'm quite excited to see what happens with that. And then I imagine all the other codexes that follow.
Yep, absolutely.
Perfect. So yeah, the first codex coming down. the
Yeah,
pipe,
watch them.
Warhammer 40,000 Orcs, and it looks amazing.
Do stick around. We have more Warhammer 40,000 for you later.
Watch
in the
them
podcast.
Yes,
sell
we're returning
the
to
new
the
books that
40,000
cost less in
Millennium,
production
later
because
on in the show.
of the
For
slipcase
now, though,
for
we're going to
more.
segue into something which is quite interesting. We've talked a
I
lot
tell you
about
now.
ways to get people who are new to Warhammer started with Warhammer 40,000. So let's talk for a little bit about the Warhammer Academy.
Warhammer Academy? Can we train to be a Warhammer Pokemon trainer now? Yeah, they lost their audience with everything they're showing there. No one is touching grass.
Wise wizard beneath the mountain. We are in search of enlightenment. Long and difficult has been our journey, and many things are still
School
hidden from
kids
us.
Tell me
program.
what you
Oh,
seek.
okay.
What is the difference between the Black Rage and the Red Thirst?
How do you get decals to lay smoothly on a Space Marine's shoulder?
Yeah.
And how exactly do you use command points?
Ah! So you seek to learn the ways of Warhammer.
That's a nice fucking chest right there. Warhammer Academy.
So, Wise Wizard Beneath the Mountain. What is the Warhammer Academy?
I'm so glad you asked, Eddie. Warhammer Academy is a really exciting thing that we've been working on behind the scenes here at Games Workshop for a while now, and is the perfect way to answer the question, how do I get started with Warhammer? The idea is that people can come to this website, which is free to use, and they can get guided first steps on how to begin
Free to use and Warhammer in one sentence.
Going to be at launch, like well over 100 videos, which are all video lessons that deal with the lore and collecting, with painting and modeling, and with gaming to get you.
Okay, so Games Workshop wants to kill all the Warhammer
Get started
YouTubers
on your
out there.
first steps through Warhammer. When
that
the website
do
launches, it will focus
lore
on
videos,
coming
battle
along
reports,
board
and
with
stuff
you,
like
start
that.
products so that people
Got
can,
it.
like, experience Warhammer for the first time and go through sort of learning all about the universe and what
Opens
factions
the
and
chest to
armies are,
find
and,
an already
really
open
going on
laptop.
that same journey that we've all been when we've been able to sit down with somebody and who's told us all about what Warhammer is. And then the painting team have put together these amazing videos that start really basic and then go all the way through to some really great techniques that will have your army looking fantastic. And then the gaming side takes it from the assumption you've never played a game of Warhammer before and takes you all the way through to playing your first games of combat.
But
control,
maybe they
which we
start
play
killing
and have a lot of
Warhammer
fun with.
TV now when it's
And so you
free.
should be able to have a wonderful experience. If you are completely new to Warhammer, or there's somebody in your life that wants to get started, this is a wonderful thing to point them towards when we launch it, and they'll be able to take their first steps. If you want to sharpen your own skills, we talk about, as we've been working on the Academy, the idea that you can build your skills, your confidence, and your experience to get the most out of this wonderful Warhammer hobby that we all enjoy. And so the whole purpose of this Academy, which is free to use, is to just get on board and sharpen those skills and your confidence and have a great time.
Sounds wonderful.
Nice. And the releases alongside those Warhammer 40,000 starter sets that we talked about previously. So
I
not
heard
long
that.
now, a month or so, and then you'll be able to see Warhammer Academy for yourself.
Sounds great.
Perfect. I'm really excited. Right. Now I'm going to get out of this costume, and while we do, let's travel to the old world.
That's it? Okay. I always love the Grand Cafe stuff. Ooh, all new Chaos Warriors. Ooh, they look nice. The Steel Legion folks are imploding. I bet.
Welcome back. I've returned to normal, and we are now thrilled by some news for Warhammer the Old World. That was a great looking box of miniatures. There's a lot to talk about. We've got some of the models here to get close-ups on in a little while. For now, let's dive into that new 2-player box for Warhammer the Old World. This features 2 armies going head-to-head. You have the army of Grand
That
Cathay.
spinning
going up against the
animation
Chaos
is
Warriors.
so nerve-wracking.
So, within it, you will see in a moment the Cathay force. This is Grand Cathay. They're fairly recent addition
Yeah, they're
to
quite
Nice.
new
the
minutes.
Old World.
These ones.
And this is an army you'll have already seen before. So you've got the Jade Warriors, you've got the Jade Lancers, units that you'll be familiar with.
No old resin?
and they're
No,
taking a big
they
part in the
set
sort of
all
ongoing
all
struggles
new
in the Old World at the moment. They've dispatched an enormous force to aid against the Chaos invasion that's taking place.
all
it's a beautiful
new
army. You've seen it
Chaos
before.
Chaos Warriors.
The showstopper for this new box is the wonderful new
I just
range
can't
of
see the back
all-plastic
of the box.
Warriors of
No, it
Chaos,
just makes
which
no
you'll
sense
find
that
in
spinning
the other half
animation
of this
because he
box there. So
can't
here you
even
can
see
Chaos
the
Warriors themselves.
back of the
Yeah,
box.
this is an amazing update to your Warhammer Old World Warriors of Chaos.
Oh,
Warriors
that
of
banner
Chaos, of
is
course, one of
sick.
the archetypal villains, one of the archetypal visuals, really, of Warhammer, the Old World. This is a really
Watch that
cool,
one kid
army.
getting kit
All the
bashed
bits
for
in this are
corn or
multi-part,
something.
and these are all brand new plastic fantastic miniatures.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Chaos Warriors are kind of the mainstay of the Warriors of Chaos Army. These are elite heavy infantry in the best armor that you can get in
They look
Warhammer the
pretty
Old World,
good.
and they stride forward in ranks of hard to kill warriors, and they will deal punishment when they get there. Of course, they are but part of this
What's
new
what's
force.
that
These are part of
drumstick
perhaps
there?
the
What's
most
that, a
iconic
hat?
of the Warriors of Chaos units are the Chaos Knights. These are super elite heavy cavalry. Inside this new box,
Make
you
really
get
cool
4
Iron Warrior
Chaos
bits.
Knights.
Yeah,
It's a classic
that
size. If you
too.
remember days of yore, you're going back in time a long
Also
way now,
remember
when
everybody
Chaos
to
Knights
drink
used to
something.
often feature in units of 4. So you have what you'd expect: a champion, a musician, a standard bearer, and then an additional knight. They can be swapped.
Oh,
out
the
with
horses
here in
look
the
sick,
picture.
And you can
though.
add
Big
into the
unit.
unit, obviously, and
Yeah,
make it
absolutely.
bigger.
You get 4 in the box. You'll be able to get more as time goes on.
If the horses are not
Build
attached to
bigger units,
the
and Chaos Knights certainly will be able to.
bodies
Chaos Knights
in the
are some of
bits
the
themselves,
hardest-hitting and most dangerous
they will
cavalry units
be.
in all of
Some of
Warhammer.
them will be
They're
at,
also just
at
like
Golden Demon,
the
I bet.
almost the archetypal heavy cavalry.
But
right?
even
Like,
with
when
the
you build an
with
army
the
for one of
warriors
Old Lords, you're
themselves,
like, well, I can take a charge. But
oh,
could I
there
take
are
a
some
charge from
cool
Chaos Knights?
Probably
It's like
not.
the absolute
Golden Demon
pinnacle of the
bits, I would
hardest hitting
say.
unit. So lots of people very keen to include this unit in their army if you've got a Chaos Force. So almost never see a
Box
Chaos army
spinning
without
makes
Chaos
me
Knights.
feel
They're just so
nauseous.
effective.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those horses are
And then
terrifying,
The force
yeah,
is
they
led
look-
by some champions of chaos. You have
Oh, this one
horse.
looks
This one here, you
also
can see is modeled as
nice.
a battle standard bearer. The kit contains enough options that you can swap around the things. So in a moment, as we see the screen progress, you'll see some of the things you can do. It also has a chaos
Yeah.
champion on a demonic mount.
Watch
is
this
my
one
favourite
being
model
at
in the
Golden
set.
Demon.
It is beautiful and is a really iconic image of a
I think
Chaos
it looks like the artwork of Chaos Warriors from some of those old Warhammer Fantasy
yeah.
army books, and the miniatures have finally got to the point where they can capture like the thing that you sort of imagined that Chaos Warriors
Nice.
what you wanted them to look like
Yeah.
all those years ago. It's just such a cool kit. I love the standard bearer as well. I think this champion kit is one of the best sort of hero kits that Warhammer has yet released.
That
Yeah, I
one
don't
is
have a Chaos
fucking
Army,
awesome.
Warhammer
The
in there, but I would
champion,
really
though,
like to get my hands on
man.
I think it just works beautifully. So let's talk for a little bit about that box. It's a 2-player core box.
Show the big guy.
Warhammer the Old World.
What the
It's
fuck?
essentially what
There's a
you need
dragon
to start
there.
Playing Warhammer the Old World, if you haven't before. It's an enormous box. It contains the armies. It also contains the rulebook and a muster list. The rulebook is the same rules as you currently use for Warhammer the Old World. So if you're sat there worrying that this is going to change the rules that you're playing with, it won't. The difference really with this rulebook and the rulebook you already have, if you're already playing the Old World, is that the erratas and things that exist online are woven into this. So that should make life a little
You
bit
can bring
easier.
just this book, and you don't need to worry about any.
That's
of
a
the
nice,
other-
nice looking book.
And then,
And not a slipcover, you fucking Muppets.
We'll talk more about that in a little
I
while.
saw another miniature when we were showing off some of that.
Yeah,
Chaos
we'll
stuff.
just talk about the muster list before we go. Muster list is the rules for the models that are in the box. There you go. This is how to play Warhammer all in one handy box, and is very exciting and continues the thing that we know. and
It
love.
just makes no
Now,
sense
let's
why
talk
they're
Dragon.
rotating
Yeah,
it.
let's
We
talk about
can't
Dragon.
see the
We're all
back
very
because
excited.
it's so
This
fast.
might be my
Okay,
favourite
Dragon.
thing in the entire preview. It is such a show-stopping model.
Lord on
This is
Chaos
Warriors
Dragon.
of Chaos, Lord on Chaos Dragon, and there's so much to talk about. Eddie?
You just get a sense of the size of it just from that shot where it was already taller than the 3-story buildings
Yeah,
that
no
are behind
kidding.
it. It is an absolutely enormous, phenomenal.
That is a
miniature
sick
for
model.
Warhammer the Old World. I think probably the biggest monster.
Oh,
we've
look
had
at the
released.
wings.
It's got to be
No.
right up there. And there have been some fantastic kits since
The
Warhammer Old World
veins.
launched. There's things to talk about. The first, I want to just wax lyrical on how cool Chaos Dragons are. We've seen this
That
image before
is
of Chaos Dragons
fucking
with 2 heads.
sick.
There used to be a like a special character.
Yeah,
Chaos
yeah,
Dragon?
Garak the Chaos Dragon.
That
which is
one
the
feels
that
like the
eats the
Squidward
Lord
dragon.
James. And then before that,
A
you
little
had
bit.
Von Horstmann,
That's right,
who
yeah.
was the kind of former College of Magic in the Empire. character,
Yo.
who was a 2-headed Tzeentchian dragon.
But that's
that's a long time ago.
the wings
Never
are
had a
looking
plastic version of it.
fucking
A plastic
amazing.
2-headed Chaos Dragon has been a long time coming.
Clip them
And I
off
think even though
and
we
put them
waited
on
decades for it. this
on
is worth the
fucking
wait. This is a
Fulgrim
really
or
cool
on
It's
or
also what we
Angron or
sometimes call a
something.
duplicate in that you can make a different option with it. So you've seen the Chaos Lord. This is a Sorcerer Lord. And there's
Yo.
some differences. The first is the Rider, obviously. He's now a hunched and wizened Chaos Sorcerer, which is a powerful unit in its own right. It can be up to a level
Old
of
working
wizard.
areas
He's
keep
not bad
winning.
in a
Yeah,
fight.
they have
He's
the
backed
better
up by a two-headed
sculptors
Chaos
or
Dragon.
more
Everything
money
would,
put
You're
into
not going to
that.
kill him with a light cavalry unit. are you?
No, absolutely not. Additionally, there's some slight differences with the dragon itself. You'll notice that this one has sort of different frills and things. So if you wanted 2 dragons, you could have different riders on them, and they would look a bit different.
And that's a sorcerer,
with a
okay.
little bit of sort of paint magic. What you've got is 2 very striking, different-looking Chaos Dragons in your army. Very exciting centerpiece model. The images that the video team have put together here capture its majesty. It's possibly even better in the flesh, and we have it on the desk here, so you can see it looming over some of the
Man,
Chaos
that
Warrior models.
is a
One of the things we
huge
haven't mentioned
model.
as well is just next to the Chaos Dragon, just below it here, whichever one you don't build. So if you build the Chaos Lord on the dragon, you get a
This
Chaos
one gonna
Sorcerer
look
Lord on
beautiful
on
next to
foot.
my
And if you
meow,
build the Sorcerer Lord on the dragon,
meowing
you get a Chaos Lord on
painters.
foot. So whatever way you build this, you get basically two very
Yeah,
powerful
so this is
hero
the
mages.
Sorcerer Lord that you get if you build it with the Chaos Lord, and then this is the Chaos Lord on foot if you build it with the Sorcerer. So
Oh, nice. So you get one
always
extra
right, I'm
mini
gonna
if
destroy
you
heavy metal
build
or
it in
right
a
on
different
medium.
variant. Okay.
Really a great kit. You can see all the other things in
Just
front
the
of us
size
as well.
of it as well. I mean, these are big
Yeah,
models.
that
The
thing
Chaos
is
Knights are
huge.
not small cavalry models, and this is about 4 times the height of them.
That might
so it's
be
a big
30
old beast.
centimeters?
And also just phenomenally good in the game as well, right? Like a Chaos
Something
Lord
around that,
on a
25,
two-headed Chaos Dragon is up there
30.
with the very best units in all of Warhammer the Old World. There's almost nothing that can go toe-to-toe.
I just want to, before we move on from Chaos Warriors, have a look at the back of the Chaos Champion on horse. You can see all of this amazing extra detail. He's got like fur
Yeah,
under
that
his
one is
saddle. He's got like heads hanging from chains.
Also
Like,
cool.
The detail on these models is just wild.
Yeah,
Man,
I think one of
the
things
horse
worth
models
calling
are
out actually
sick.
about these Chaos Warriors particularly is
The
that
horses
these are
look
Chaos Warriors
really,
designed
really
for Warhammer the
wide
Old
and
World, so
fucking
they're meant
strong.
to look like the
Like
logical extension of the
Shire
Order
horses.
Absolutely,
archetype.
they're very
So-
much sort of the chaos armored
Yeah.
barbarians from the
But
north.
there's still a
descending
little
on
bit of that kind of like barbarian raider vibe to them. They've got the look of someone who's kind of walked out of the Arctic North of the Warhammer world. So that
He's
they
about to ransack the old world.
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, you've got to love it. Right. Obviously, alongside the new core box, people might want to get their hands on some other things that would be useful. So here you can see common magic items and laws of magic. These are cards which enable you to do quick reference as you're playing your games and can be very useful. They're not
That
required,
spinning
obviously,
animation
the rules
has
are
no
50 cents a
value.
book. There's also another thing that we said we would talk about a little bit. This is Battle March, the General's Companion. Now, Battle March is a new way to play games of Warhammer the Old World. The way this works is that you build smaller forces, not unlike Spearhead or Combat Patrol, between 4 and
For a
700
second, I
points,
thought that
and you
there
unleash
were
them in,
white scars on
games
that
that are
cover.
quicker to play and more straightforward. There's some rules in this companion which sort of detail how you make your
White
force.
scars
There's
was
some
orcs.
limitations on what you can and can't take and some requirements, and then there's different scenarios to play. The rules for Battle March are in the new rulebook, and there's those rules and more information and more scenarios and ways to play are found inside this Battle March General's Companion. So whichever one you want to take as your option in, you can start playing, I don't know, like lunchtime leagues or maybe like a campaign across a weekend of like quick turnaround games.
Or if you've just started an army for the first time and you maybe haven't got enough to play a full-size game, you can
Yeah,
still play
absolutely.
with a smaller force.
Yeah,
Yes,
turn
now,
it 10
to
more
help you
times,
with that,
please.
they are releasing the first of Battle March armies. So this is the Warriors of Chaos and Grand Cathay Battle March armies, and they contain a variety of units deliberately designed to give you a good Battle March experience. And you could totally add these to the new box, and then you have nice big armies if you wanted to play
Yeah,
larger
we were
games too.
talking about if you add either of these boxes onto your the new sets coming out with the Warriors of Chaos and the Army of Grand Cathay, and then you add something like a monster like a two-headed dragon,
Yeah, or a Cathayan dragon.
or a
perhaps,
Cathayan
yeah.
dragon, you've pretty much got an army ready to go.
Yeah.
These are really lovely places to start a force, or just a really good way to bolt on loads of troops onto an army.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also more
want
coming
to
for the
pull
old
up my
world.
hair,
This
but
is
it's
the,
nothing
Arcane
left.
Journal, the March
This
of
spinning
Chaos.
animation
This
adds
is
no
the
value
we're seeing
to the whole
unfold in the old
presentation.
world at the moment. The Chainbreaker, this Chaos Lord, is descending from the north with an enormous throng. They're ploughing through the northern provinces.
This
of
one
Empire.
is way better.
Even
So
the
I can
forces of
look
Grand
at the
Cathay
cover
have
art.
called in, volunteered themselves to come in and try and stave off this invasion, and it's a grim affair. Magic is being fired around everywhere. So that card deck is for magic ploys, which the winds of magic are blowing so furiously that there's loads of different magic escapades and things to get on with. It's a really good time to be playing Warhammer Old World right now.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the narrative they're kind of weaving as well.
I like that they have
different invasions leading up to a big war. Some would say a
the
great
fiery
Yeah, no
background
kidding. Oh, I like that.
for the
That's good.
summer
Deep cut
preview.
if you know your Warhammer history. So, slight segue. It's not quite the old world, but it's very similar. Let's talk about Blood Bowl for a minute. Blood Bowl is the game of
What
fantasy
was
football,
that
and there are some
transition?
really exciting things to show with the release of the new Spike Journal. This is Spike Journal 22, Blood Bowl 7s is the theme. What's Blood Bowl 7s? I hear you ask. Well, I'm
What's
glad
Blood Bowl
you did.
7s, Adam?
There you go. Perfect. Blood Bowl 7s is essentially a way of playing Blood Bowl, which is akin to like rugby 7s or five-a-side football. So you're compacting your team. You're playing faster
Okay,
games on a
fantasy
smaller
football.
pitch.
I don't
It's very frenetic. It really changes. quite
know
a lot of
anything
the,
about that.
tactics
Okay, I
and the
played
ways that you
Blood
would
Bowl, the
play,
video game,
and it
back in the
makes for
days.
a entirely different and very fun
And
experience.
I think I still have the
you get 4 of your positionals
CD
in
somewhere.
this game, so you've got quite a lot of skills and things on the tabletop, and it's just a lot of fun.
the disc.
I'm excited for this, but I'm even more excited for what we're about to show you, which is some fantastic new Blood Bowl miniatures. The first of which is a new big one available for several teams. This is the Rat Ogre.
I love this model. I think
Ooh.
the thing that I most love about it is if you look on his shoulder.
Oh,
he has
there's a little rat with
a piece of
cheese
and
and a
flag
little
on his
flag.
tail.
That is beautiful, but is it better or as good as a rat wearing a gas mask and carrying a lump of warp stone?
It's very close, and I think you
Lo-
have to make that
the
decision
little
for
critters.
yourself when you
Look at
them.
get hold of your own rat ogre. I
you
think the
could
cheese takes
build
it.
your rat ogre without either of those rats, but boo.
I mean, you could if you wanted to
Like-
not have a rat on his shoulder. You guess you could do without.
The
but
funny thing is,
does anyone want that?
This is also a great model, but if you're not taking one of the rats, I think you've gone mad. This is available for a number of teams. Obviously, you can use it in the Skaven team, but also the Underworld Denizens and the Chaos Renegade teams. If you want some real muscle to go in there and just
Hello,
clobber the
Cryo.
enemy, break the enemy line.
How you doing?
Team can run through.
You
and
got
score
some
goals.
Yeah, it's
mutation
cheese,
options
yeah.
as well.
And this one has a warp
Speaking of
stone
Biggins,
and
there's
a
another
gas
one on
mask.
the way. This is a Minotaur.
Or Minotaur.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that Minotaur looks
this
cool.
is another one of those iconic, heavy-hitting Blood Bowl units.
I'm doing good.
Again, available for a variety
Snacking.
of teams. You can use it in the Chaos
And
Chosen, you can use it in the
chilling
Chaos
and
Dwarf
being
list,
chill.
You can use it in the Chaos Renegade teams. And here you can see the different ways you can build it to fit more in with the teams that you're
Getting
using.
Yeah,
the
so this one here on screen at the
Durgan?
moment, rather than hands or even hooves, has got kind of
Yeah,
scorpion
why
claws.
catch the ball, right?
Yeah, he's not going to do much catching, but he might do even better clobbering than a regular Minotaur.
Yeah,
Dragon.
no kidding. Now, those are wonderful. The thing I'm most
the-
excited about,
the,
not just for this
Chaos
Blood Bowl,
Dragon.
reveal, but maybe in all of Blood Bowl is our
from Old
next
World.
He is
reveal.
your favourite, Adam.
Morgenthorg is my favourite thing about
I have
Blood Bowl.
I have a lot of
absolutely
stuff
love him.
on my
He's been
pile
an
of shame.
iconic
I really have
character
to
from,
paint
like,
that
right
before
from
I
the
buy
start.
you stuff.
There is a new multi-part plastic
Maybe.
Morgenthorg model. It is wonderful. The kit make
Probably.
him in one of 3 very iconic designs. Here you can see the Reichland Reavers one, which really sort of connects to that iconic artwork that we're used to seeing with Morg. Here is another version. This is him in his eye motif that we play for.
But I also have the Squidma Dragon here, so
things around his neck.
maybe I
This is,
can.
for the Chaos
I have 2 of them
All-Stars,
here.
where
Maybe
he
I
played
can
with
kit bash
that
that
was
one
his
with
first ever team.
the
He's still
Squidma
got
ones.
hair.
You can see he's also got each of the Chaos Gods icons on his little chain around his neck as well, which is really cool.
Absolutely love it. If you are unfamiliar with Blood Bowl or Morg in particular, let me just tell you, he is genuinely.
Yeah,
one
I'm
of-
unfamiliar
Adam,
with
can you
Blood
take
Bowl.
him in a halfling team?
You can, and I have used him to lead my halflings to almost glory
Almost
a number
glory,
of times. I love him. He's so good.
Sky's
Like,
the
it's
limit.
a
I
freight
can-
train,
yeah, I
really
can
good
build
armor,
all
so
the
great
dragons.
skills, mighty blow, loads of armor, everything you could possibly want, and he costs a load of points. So halflings are really cheap. so
Can he
stack a
throw
load of points.
halflings?
He can throw a halfling. In fact, my halfling, my favorite halfling, Captain Colin Head, scored many a touchdown on nearly.
I really love the
pitch. I could
the
talk about it
Warhammer
long.
football
Can't you? Very
jerseys,
excited. Please,
but they don't
come
have
on.
a
Look at the
Salamanders
models.
one, which
Okay,
is
so
Maybe all
a
the Morgs.
there we
fucking
go. These are the
shame.
beautiful heavy metal painted Morg models, and here you can see what they look like. So going sort of from this side onwards, this is Morg. We need to build him in that sort of gouged eye look, and you see his armor looks like these sort of armor that.
Oh, but they
Black
released
Orc.
the
You get different armor,
Power
different
Fist
heads,
plushie.
different chest plates. You've got a bunch
So if
of-
anyone wants
Yeah,
the
and then
Power
this is
Fist
Morg with the
plushie,
Reichland Reavers
that
uniform,
one is
and
out
then,
already.
From, I think,
I
the
didn't see
first
that in
edition
any
Blood Bowl?
news.
Oh yeah,
Or was it
a
second?
number of them really. I think he's appeared on a couple of covers. And then if you wanted to do him as Chaos All Stars, you'd use this one. But ultimately, build your Morg how you want and just go and clobber the enemy and score some touchdowns.
There you go.
We have the other models on the table as well. You can see the Minotaur, a Rat Ogre, and then another Minotaur. These are all hulking
him so you
models.
can get
They
a really good-
tower
Yeah,
above
little
the
critters
average line.
are already are always loved by everybody.
Perfect. So there
It's
we
already
go.
9.
A good time for Blood Bowl.
It's
3
almost
amazing
9.
Big and characters coming your way. A new way to play Blood Bowl in the new Spike Journal. I'm very excited about this, and we are nowhere near done with this preview.
Let's keep going.
Right, why don't we go to the Age of Darkness?
Cryo! Oh! Yo! Look at the dreadnought! Ah. All plastic.
Welcome back. We have really excited to talk now about the Adeptus Custodes or Legio Custodes.
Well,
Which one is it, Eddie?
it's
Plastic
both.
Telemon,
The new
plastic
box set
bikes,
that's on its way
plastic
is a
something
reinforcement
tank.
set for the Custodes, and you can use it for either Warhammer the Horus Heresy or Warhammer 40,000.
The
Just
spinning
which of the
animation.
believers.
I
We put the
can't
logos on
take
the
it
box,
anymore.
Couldn't
So
be
there's
clearer, could it?
no confusion. You can absolutely use this for either game system. There are 6 models in this box.
That
Doesn't sound
that
like a
tank
lot,
was a new
but when you
scheme, no?
take a look at the models, it shows
I would
huge
tell you,
amount of
Murdoch,
awesome.
if I
Let's
could
start
see the
with
back
the
of the
fastest
fucking
unit.
Yeah,
box.
these are the Gerfalcon jet bikes, an iconic unit from the Legio Custodes force. They are fast-moving, hard-hitting, heavily armed and armored units designed to
Nice.
storm in and break the back of enemy forces.
They
Each
look
custodian is
fucking
armed,
slick,
like,
though.
to the teeth. There's loads of things to talk about here. The first thing would be to mention that there's different guns that come on these models. Essentially, you have a choice of the Adrathic Devastator Arachnus Volley Gun, twin Corvée Pulse Laser. That's the over and under one. You can see it looks a bit like an over and under shotgun. And then you also have the Lastrum Bolt Cannon. So loads of different weapons to do loads of different jobs.
Yeah. So one of the
Think
things
it's the
in
same
the Custodes
graph
army,
thing, but
obviously,
no
is you haven't got a
turrets?
lot of units because they tend to cost a lot of points. So you might find that you've got a couple of things that you're on.
I don't know about the
and one of the
tank.
things that units like this can do with loads of different options. Is
Oh,
you go, actually,
but also
I really need
the
some help to
face
kill
masks
monsters
look
or
pretty dope
infantry
with
or
the
something. So you can
connector.
kit these out with almost a gun for almost any occasion, right?
Absolutely.
You can have different guns across
That,
the unit.
I
or
wonder
you
if
can
that
actually
is
go, I
an
just want
extra
the
helmet
really
for
good
every
vehicle
Custodes,
because
or if
it's the
that's
best thing
just
to
the
kill. Specifically
attachment
what I think
that
I'm weakest into.
Yeah, all
clicks
of them also
into
have
the
a
normal
Solarite
Custodes
power lance,
helmet.
which is a formidable power weapon.
It is
especially on the chart.
enormous. The Solarite lance. It's about 3 times the length of a.
Yo,
space ball.
also
I
a
reckon you could grab
nice
about
kit bash
5
for
Chaos
White
Forces in that
Scars,
thing.
maybe?
Yeah, absolutely.
There will be White
there's
Scars
4 of
player
these inside the set, which
stealing
make
that one.
Brilliant units to go spearheading around the battlefield and just bring pain to the enemy. It's not the only thing that moves fast in this box. We also
There we
have
go.
the Palace Gravitas.
Palace
Yeah,
Graph
the Palace Gravitas
attack.
is a fast-moving skimmer for the Custodes. You can kit it out with either anti-infantry or anti-vehicle stuff. It works a little bit like a land speeder is probably the way to think about it. And
land
it's very
speeder,
useful for
okay.
Custodes because you tend to have a lot of very expensive models, so you don't have very many small units. So this can zip around the battlefield, taking objectives, getting the enemy where they're hiding in a way that your infantry.
Yeah, that one is
are very good at
smaller.
covering ground, but not very good at kind of chasing stuff down.
Yeah, and this is another one of those units you can use. to
Looks
sort of
cool. I
cater
like
for
the
where you think
hatch
you
of
might
the
need
door.
additional strength. Has 2 weapons to choose from: the
In the
twin
front.
Arachnus Blaze Cannon,
Also,
or
the back of
Erastus
the
Accelerated
fucking
Diesel. So those in a
turbines,
hurry.
that looks
So you
like
can
a
tailor your
pod
Palace
racer
unit
from
with
Star Wars.
But I think the model, the
showstopper.
showstopper of this box
Yeah.
is undoubtedly the Telemon Dreadnought.
Yo.
A brand new multi-part plastic kit, a reinvention of the resin version, the already very nice resin version of the Telemon Dreadnought. but in
Look
glorious
at
multi-part plastic,
that
with all the
beauty.
posability, with even more detail and even more weapon options.
Yeah, speaking of weapon options, I'll walk you through them. Between its shoulder blades,
I want to
you can
kit
see
bash it into a
Ilias
pod racer. Yeah.
missile launcher. But there are other weapon options too. Here you can see the Iliastus Accelerator Culverin, the Adrathic Devastator, and the Arachnus Storm Cannon. On his other hand, so you can build those as you will, choose the one that suits your loadout. On the other hand, you have the Kestus. That's essentially fancy Legio Custodes term.
No, this is pod racing.
with
Yeah.
twin neutronium cascade projector. So
Yeah.
it's a bit like a flamethrower, but with neutroniums.
Absolutely. Neutronium
Yo,
is more
that
deadly than
is
flame,
Gotta be,
one
right?
one of those guns
sexy
is, of course, the one
dreadnought.
that's currently equipped. The name escapes me. Sorry. The
Oh, I think you are talking about the.
Is this just an updated
yeah,
version?
exactly that one. And this is just a really beautiful kit, right? So you could paint this up very quickly if you wanted to.
Or
like
is
gold
this
spray and then a wash would
a
make it look
new
beautiful.
model?
But
I don't
equally,
know
if you take your time
much
over all
about the.
the detail of this. It is absolutely dripping in
But I
detail.
think it's
more
just
detailed
the
even
plastic
than was on
upgrade,
some of
right?
those resin versions of this when it came out.
Okay,
we have
they
one
have
on the
had
table,
okay,
and we
it's just
brought
an
along some
upgrade.
other dreadnoughts, so you could sort of see how it scales up.
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. This Telemon Dreadnought is ever so slightly larger than the resin one. So we brought a Leviathan
Do
Dreadnought.
you remember when you saw a Leviathan for the first time and thought you're never going to think
Nothing could ever be cooler than a
absolutely.
Leviathan Dreadnought, and he's still pretty cool. I like
Yeah,
Leviathans
absolutely.
a lot. But the Telemon Dreadnought stands a good.
Amazon
head
does
above
collective
the,
deliveries again.
um,
Amazon
even the
also does
Leviathan.
deliveries where you
Last
decide
those
to get your
release,
package
lots of
later
people
and
may
get
have
a
got
discount
hands
on your
a Saturnine
purchase.
Dreadnought, And here you can see there's some similarity between these two in terms of the shape of the shoulder pads and things.
You could
The,
paint this
the
up
Salamon
very
is a
quickly.
little
You
taller.
hear that
The,
cryo?
Saturnine is a little bit broader.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one definitely is got more mass to it.
Mm.
Like the weight of it looks heavy. But the Telemon.
Yeah,
stands
Murdoch,
ever so slightly
today I
taller. It
ordered
might
something
be
and I
the
chose a
custodian
later
one
date
and
for
extra
delivery and got
that's
like
probably the point.
10% off.
I like it. So all of these models that we've talked about, so the Gerfalcon jet bikes, the Palace Gravitac, and the Telemon Dreadnought will be available in plastic for the first time as part of this box set, and then available separately later down the line.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can use them, definitely
Nice.
use them for both Warhammer 40,000 and Warhammer Horus.
You absolutely can. One of the new detachments for the Custodies in Warhammer 40,000
He said it was a
has
little
some
bigger.
specific
Show
upgrades
us
for Telemon Dreadnought.
side by side with the old
So,
skirt. Yeah.
there is.
Great, nice. So that's what
I don't know why
for
they're
the
not
Age of
putting that
Darkness.
one.
We also have a new General Tactica on the way. This is General Tactica Prospero Burns, the Judgment of
Prospero
Valdor.
Burns.
And this deals with the
I love everything
actions of
about
Constantine Valdor
when
and the
when I
Legion
hear
Custodians
Prospero
during the burning
Burns,
of
something feels
Prospero
good inside of
when
my
they joined forces
inside of
with
my
Space
heart.
Wolves to bring judgment to Magnus and his errant sons.
Yeah, we know quite a lot about the burning of Prospero. We've seen it from the Thousand Suns perspective. We've seen it from the Space Wolves perspective. We know that the Custodies were there, but we haven't really heard much about what the Custodies were up to. And this explores that. You kind of find out things that's quite cool
No,
about it.
no
is
words on
that,
stream.
the Custodies obviously on one side. On the other side, there are some Thousand Suns, but the main antagonist really for them is a demonic foe.
Yeah, absolutely. For the first time, this presents for this edition a full army list for the Demons of Tzeentch, including new psychic disciplines. So you can start using the warp denizens of the patron who is presiding over the ruin of the Thousand Suns.
Okay. Or salvation, possibly.
No,
as they see it.
absolutely not.
Maybe,
They had
probably
it coming.
ruined. It
They
is
got what they
probably
deserved.
ruined, yeah.
There's even more stuff in there than we've talked about here. There's some new rules for the Solar Auxilia. There's a whole bunch of stuff. This is a packed General Tactica, which really shines a light on an area of the Horus Heresy we've not looked at before. So it's
Okay.
exciting.
And that's the
Books.
best kind of Horus Heresy games. Ones where you're going back to those.
But
old
also,
games
this
where
book
you
is a
can
hardback
go
and not a
read it.
fucking
One was a little bit different, we had a slightly
slip-in
mix of
cheap-ass
different,
slider.
Yeah, absolutely.
Recreating those amazing stories is what it's all about.
So, sticking with the Age of Darkness, but going a bit smaller as we look at some Legions
Or
Imperialis.
possibly bigger.
But yes, bigger and smaller at the same time. We have 3 models we're going to talk about now. These are models of the Titan Legions. This is the Warlord Battle Titan with Quake cannon,
Legions Imperialis. I thought that was
a
a new normal Titan, normal scale Titan model.
Warlord Titan will do. As you see this video playing before you can see
I
what all
need
the
to
different
get the
weapons
brush
are.
on my
There's a
hands.
whole
All right.
bunch, and they have really long and
Do that,
difficult to say
Murdoch.
live on air names, such as
But
the
you should still
conversion
try, I
being
think.
Extirpator. So this
I
is
like
a
Titans.
kit
I like
that will come,
Knights.
packaged
They always
together,
look
so you
fucking
get the Warlord
amazing.
Titan and all of these weapons. It includes
Yo,
some
the
extra
2
bits and
Gatling
pieces,
guns
so,
on the shoulders.
on
What the
the
fuck?
turrets, you've got Gatling blasters and turbo laser destructors. You have 2 Warlord heads inside the kit, and it also contains all the cards you would need to use this if you were playing Adeptus Titanicus.
Nice.
If you just want the weapons, they'll be available separately. You just won't get all the cards with it and stuff like that. Cool. This is one of 3.
No
things.
new
Now,
knights.
the next one is the Warlord Battle Titan with Vulcan
Warlord
Destructor
Titans
and Macro Gatling
for
Blaster.
Legions Imperialis.
Nothing to say too quickly on a Friday night. Here is another towering god engine of Titan
The
Legions.
only time I
It
get
has
my
a
hands on a
whole bunch
Titan,
of different weapons.
only
you can see playing out on your
it's
screen.
super
They include
expensive.
the Graviton Ruinator, which you can see here. It's the biggest Graviton gun I've ever seen. Volkite Destructor, Macro
Yo.
Gatling Blaster, and the Vulcan Mega Bolter Array, which sits on its shoulders. It also includes a Warlord Titan heads and those cards I mentioned before.
I
if you
mean,
want
I
to
don't
play.
know what the size difference is
Titanicus.
to
Adam, what if I had a slightly smaller Titan,
Knight?
but still wanted loads of massive guns?
And complicated names, then you
From
are gonna be
40K,
fine, 'cause
but
this is
maybe
the
you
Titan
could
Legions
just
Reaver
proxy
Titan
them with
Graviton
with
Obliterator
those.
and Volkite Annihilator, a mid-sized Titan that packs an incredible punch with weapons such as the aforementioned Graviton Obliterator, the Volkite Annihilator. It also has a Vulcan Mega Bolter option for its carapace, and you just saw it there. My favourite, possibly of all the names that we've had this evening, which is the Conversion Beam Dissolutor.
Oh, those are the rumors about the plastic Reaver Titan
There we go.
having
pretty
the
exciting. Should
plastic
play
Reaver
with
Titan for
Absolutely.
There we go.
Legions
A
Imperialis.
breather. Now might be the time to talk a little bit about something coming to Warhammer Plus very soon. There is a new animation. Look at the Butcher's Nails.
That Imperial Fist.
That
Chapter
looks
Master
interesting.
Verak.
What can you tell us about Butcher's Nails?
Yeah, this is a new animation coming to Warhammer TV for Warhammer Plus subscribers. It is a one-off standalone episode, so it's a hammer and bolter episode of Warhammer 40,000. And effectively, it tells the story of a Khorne Berserker who is part of a chaos assault on an Imperial stronghold. As you would imagine for a World Eater story, it is incredibly violent. It is by some margin the bloodiest and most violent piece of Warhammer animation we have yet featured on Warhammer TV. And it is pretty much non-stop carnage from the moment that the shots open to the final battle.
Well, it is
Fantastic.
finally getting
Here
some
you
more
can see
lore.
a shot
Yeah.
We saw something like this in the trailer. This looks like the head-up display inside the helmet of the World Eater.
Yeah, so not all of it, but some of the animation is shown from the
Yeah, I think
perspective of the
World Eaters are
There is
pretty
obviously a little bit
forgotten in
unhinged.
the
Butcher's
40K.
nails are starting to bite. If he doesn't get continuous kills and carnage, he starts to go kind of slowly insane. And he basically is chopping his way through as many enemies as he can find, partly to try and achieve victory, but mostly just to try and make the whining of the nails cease even for the briefest of moments.
Fantastic. And we got a sense of who is fighting, but what's the battle between who?
I mean,
who are the
he almost really, he doesn't really mind what the battle is,
anybody's
really. Khorne doesn't care as long as the blood flows. There are definitely some Astra Militarum, there's some guardsmen, some unfortunate guardsmen who have to stand up against the Khorne Berserker.
Space Marines of the Imperial
There are some Space
Guardsmen
Marines of the
and
Imperial
Imperial
Fist. There's some other
Fists.
Chaos Space Marines in the mix
who I'm sure
as well.
don't get in the way
They'll
at
get
all.
on fine, I'm sure.
Lovely.
You know, it's not like they're known for betrayal or anything. It's all good. But
Fantastic.
yes,
Where do they
it's going to be a non-stop action carnage fest. It's a really fun animation.
Perfect. And coming out fairly soon.
It comes out in August.
Awesome. That's very exciting. So, from the Butcher's Nails and Warhammer Plus, let's go to the Mortal Realms for something more.
Nice.
Maw opens.
The more, yeah.
Hungering predator. Sun Eater. The gulping god.
Ogres.
I see his will. In the
Oh.
meat, in the marrow, in the blood. He is the hunger that endures through winter.
Yo, those are some cool looking models.
He calls us to swallow the rat.
Yo, that cauldron is fucking sick.
Eat. Eat. First we're gonna beat 'em, then we're gonna eat 'em. First we're gonna beat 'em, then we're gonna eat 'em. First we're
Gonna beat him, and we're gonna eat him.
First we're gonna beat 'em, then we're gonna eat 'em.
Nice. The ogre mob tribes.
Champion comes.
That was very
What?
exciting to see such a
What was the last one?
Soon to the Mortal Realms with these new Ogre Maw tribes. Eddie, where do we even start?
I am super excited about this release. This is an enormous range refresh for the Ogre Maw tribes. There's so much to talk about. I think let's start with the army set, which is coming out. This is the first place you'll get
that
a chance
box
to
looks
get your
nice, by
hands
the
on
way.
some of the new miniatures. This is an enormous army launch set, a little bit like what we've seen with some of the armies
Yeah,
recently.
like the Hellsmiths and so on.
Exactly like the Hellsmith, same sort of concept. You get a cool version of the Battle Tome and the first chance to get hold of a bunch of the miniatures. Let's have a quick chat about some of the stuff in this set.
Sure. So first out the gates would be sort of the mainstay unit for the Ogre Maw tribes. These are the Gluttons, the sort of replacement.
Also
or
nice terrain,
refresh of,
James Workshop.
In old days, you might have called
Nice,
Ogre
nice
Bulls.
range to show them off.
Yeah, the Ogre Bulls are still really cool models, like,
Yeah,
but they are they've been around for a while now. They're more than 20 years
You
old.
shocked me with
Yeah,
that
I'm
when
sorry
I realised
about
how old I was. Yeah.
So they are well and truly deserving of a refresh. This is a really cool update for them. They still keep the kind of general aesthetic of the Ogre Bulls, but they're much more dynamic. They're a little bit bigger. The armor plates are much more impressive.
I really like the shape of the helmets. They look like they're designed to deflect sort of downward
yeah,
blows
and
away
if you
from
remember, like
shoulders as well.
the first time those models came out, they were designed for Warhammer Fantasy, where they'd have to rank up. So actually, the poses were quite sort of limiting on a
They're
lot of
very
the
dynamic
miniatures.
here, aren't they?
These are much like cooler, more impressive poses. Even things like having those arms out, they just look really great. The detail on them is obviously 20 years on from the last time we saw the Ogre Bulls. So these are really, really cool miniatures. You get 10 of these in that launch box. This is only the most basic of the Ogre Maw tribes units.
Fantastic.
Let's move on to
Yo, this one in the middle looks
so mine
fucking
too. I think
sick.
The Iron Guts have always looked really cool, and these are even cooler if possible. The Iron Gut Guts are an elite ogre unit. They carry enormous weapons.
They look like
They wear more
the
armor, so you can see those armor plates on the arms. going all
Japanese-inspired
the way up to the shoulders.
models
Their helmets are a
from
little bit fancy, and they've got these massive
Conquest.
two-handed weapons.
They look like they
Those
mean
5 guys
absolute
with the
business, right? Like
bellies.
the size of those weapons, and again, much more.
Or
dynamic,
3?
but
Is
those
it a
blades
3-guy
are up
unit?
twice the size
Something
of a
like that.
mortal human, right? So they are going to make an absolute mess. They already are an excellent unit in Warhammer Age of Sigmar. They're still an excellent unit, and now the miniatures are even better as well.
Yeah, absolutely. To keep this rabble in line, you need an ogre tyrant. So this
Looking
model is a multi-part
good.
kit. He enables you to build him in a couple of ways. Essentially, a really powerful, heavy-hitting ogre
Also, the
character.
paint job on this one is
Here
cool
you
with
can see
the
a couple of
markings
options.
on
I love
the
this one with
chest, on the
cloak.
arms.
It sort of fits into the
This
more
one,
sort of
yeah, with the markings here on
huntery
the
style thing you
chest
do with
on
an
the,
ogre army, focus on
shoulder.
the beast if you want to, or you can go for
That is
Gut
cool.
Master with this one, whichever you prefer, really.
Yeah, if you've got the kind of Beast Claw Raider
Yeah,
vibe,
absolutely.
and I think you can obviously have a mix of them as well, but you've got a lot of different ways to kind of lean into different ogre armies, and it's just nice to have a multi-part character, right, where you can immediately start to make him your own. One of the big things about ogres for their entire history is the idea of like big names, right? They carry that through into
That
this,
one.
This battle tome as well, where the leader
Oh,
of your
also
forces
the
is making
little
literally
green
making a
tint
name for
on
himself,
the
right,
metal
achieving
in the
various
background.
feats. So being able to kind of have the
On the
belts of
back.
the things he's defeated on him
Also
absolutely
nice.
makes sense. Those units we've all seen before in different ways. The next unit is effectively a new type. These are the
Yo,
Maul Beast Cavalry
Maul
and the
Beast
Maul Beast
Raiders.
This is a 2-for kit, so you can make 2 different units. They function in a similar way. Both of them are cavalry units. The Maul Beast Raiders are your kind of
that
fast-moving
bird.
scout unit. The
What
Maul
is
Beast
that? Is that a
Cavalry
turkey?
are your hard-hitting
Or a goose?
shock cavalry. They're a little bit more armored. The guy in the back has more weapons, whereas the Maul Beast Raiders have some ranged attacks.
Yeah.
These effectively replace the Mournfang cavalry in your ogre list. They fill a similar sort of role in them.
Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit more about just how
Yo, they
tough they are.
they
and how
look
hard they hit
fucking
in a little while. So
dope.
these are all the models that come inside that new ogre army set. Obviously, you need the battle tome and the war scroll cards as well. This is the battle tome that comes with the ogre more tribes.
Oh, look at that
Lovely
battle tome,
finish.
man.
You see the tyrant at the
Hardback
front.
books look pretty good,
Obviously,
huh?
There'll be standard editions of the battle.
John Warhammer.
And you'll be able to get the models separately. But if you want first in on the new ogres, this is the way. It wasn't all we saw in that awesome video, though. Do you want to show the box?
Yeah,
It's
I've
pretty
got the
cool.
box right here. So this is the box. It's really lovely. That is all the stuff you get in there. So just to confirm, you get 10 of those gluttons. You get the tyrant. You get 2 of the cavalry, and you get that big.
Oh,
unit,
it looked like
Iron Lance, and then you
in
get
the
your
video that
battle
you
tome as
can
well. So it's a really lovely set.
Fantastic.
that there's a
Right,
little window
so,
in the box, but
what else is there to
seems
talk
not
about? Well,
like-
I guess we saw some things which
Yeah, show the
made a
fucking
difference
spoiler.
Part of the ogre army with the sort of more seekers.
yo, the
component, right?
butcher.
Yeah. So one of the bits.
The
of ogre society is
butchery!
the kind of tyrant and
Look
the
at
gut
that
and things like
model.
But another fairly major part of ogre society are the more seekers. The
By the
butchers
way,
and things that follow in the butcher's
the
wake.
Imperialis
again, is a model
Warlord
that's been out
is a
for
little
a very long
bigger
time,
than an
well worth an
Amiga.
update. This
They're
model is a
about
phenomenally
100,
cool
125.
Okay.
Yeah, you've I think you've got some strong feelings on exactly how.
So you
how
can't proxy
unpleasant
them
this
really-
model is.
really
He's
for
great,
night.
but he's definitely a bit grim, isn't
and
he?
the longer you look, the
Man,
more
that
disturbing it
model-
gets. The way he's holding the corpse in his hand, the gore
think
sloshing
that-
around in his cauldron, and all this for what
I
is
would
essentially
paint that
a
model if I want
really
to enter
word.
Yeah,
a
butchers
competition.
are sort of part wizard, part chef, part shaman, part mystic to the ogres. They're really important to ogre society. Ogre society basically is all about eating. All ogres at their core have this kind of unending hunger, which
That
they interpret
is,
as the will of the god.
amazing
who may or may
model.
not be part of the greater pantheon of Gorka Morka, depending on which ogre you speak to.
Imagine
and ogres
someone-
try to tap into that
some
arcane
painting
power, that kind of
gods
godly power, and
painting
manifest
this
in
one
various
with the
different
with the
spells.
liquid
A lot of their magic is
in
to
the
do with
cauldron
consuming
and stuff like
something
that.
and then manifesting that into magic in some way, shape,
Yeah,
or form.
absolutely. There are more devotees of the Gulping God coming. This is one of those kits. These are the Ogre Cleavers, and they are kind of like butchers in training, right?
Yeah,
That's
these
why
are
I thought
fanatics
it's a
of
knight.
ogre society who
Yeah.
follow in the wake of the butchers. They do a range of different things. After a battle, they'll collect up all the various body parts and offal and bits of enemies to throw into the cauldron for the butcher. And they are kind of fanatically driven disciples of the butchers and of the god Moor.
The combination of the miniatures design team and the heavy metal painting team have really just worked up a horror with these.
Yeah,
They are
I mean,
so
Blood for
good.
the Blood of God is
Absolutely
it's crying out for these
gore,
miniatures,
gore
isn't
up
it?
to the elbows, cauldrons
Yo,
full of
that
offal.
is
These are incredible.
also a
They're not the
nice
only
unit
things
there.
within this more seeker collection. That kit also makes another option. So you can either
Gut
make the
Seer.
cleavers that you saw there, or you can make these, which are the Gutseers.
Yeah, Gutseers are
Yo.
even more horrible and sinister than the Butchers, if you can imagine that. These have tapped into the power of more, and the way that they work in game is that your wizards become more
I
powerful.
like it.
and you
Oh,
can go
they
quickly
have
cast things,
just
spells through these
body
guys,
parts
when they're
everywhere.
nearby. The thing that I really like about them from a miniature perspective is those gut plates. If you look at the gut plates on something
These
like
are
the Iron
funny. Yeah,
Guts,
they look
have
fucking.
just armored guts, whereas
Look
these
at him having the ribcage
these
on the
guts
hook
look like
inside of
intestines
his.
or offal or
And they're kind
gut
of
fucking
resonate
skin.
really, like arcane parody. There's
I
something
love
very
it. I think it's
disturbing
really.
going on.
They look like they'd be loads of fun to paint.
Yep. And then, of course, at the center
Oh.
of this is Red the Maw. This is the High Slaughtermaster, sort of like the head of this cult of the Gulping God.
Yo,
What can you tell us about Red?
This is a brand new character for the Ogre Maw
that
tribes.
one
This
is
one of the
also
most powerful characters in the Ogre Army. One of
amazing.
the most powerful characters in all of Age of Sigmar. Goes to battle on this enormous kind of cauldron construct that's pulled into battle by a gorgeous.
Yo, that is
gorgeous
that
of
is
the other
one
part of that kind of
model
grouping
slash
So Motley
unit.
considers your butchers, your
Look how
gorges,
huge
and
that
all the
thing
kind of
is.
various fanatics that follow in their wake. You've got this enormous cauldron, which I assume is where the enemy army goes after the battle. They get thrown in there, and this
Yeah,
is
I
both an
love the
incredible
cauldron.
miniature, but also an incredibly powerful piece for your Age of Sigmar armies. We'll have a little look at some of the rules around it later. And in lore terms, this is the high prophet, the high priest of the
Yo,
Golden
that
God.
is.
So ogres from across the realms flock to Red the Maw to hear what they've got to say.
I love the fact it's being pulled into battle by a Gorger as well. That's just really cool.
I'd love to
So,
see every
all of these
single
models
of
are
those
coming
models
in
at
the not too distant future for
at
the
a
Ogre Maw
competition.
tribes.
Yep.
Obviously, we need a battle
Level.
tome to learn all about it, and so there will be the standard edition on.
Oh,
the left,
man,
or the
James
edition
Workshop,
on the
also
right,
hardback
so you
book,
get what you
huh?
need to start playing your game.
You
Yeah, so I mean, this is a huge and
motherfuckers.
sizable update of things for the Ogre Maw tribes. We've shown you almost all of the new models
But not
for the ogres. There's
Show
a
us the
couple
last
more things
one.
on the way. The other thing that's worth saying is a couple of the existing units do stick around as well. So particularly for
Show
the
us
big
the
beast
fucking
warrior,
teaser one.
monsters. So if you've got some things like stone,
Show more of the leg.
you can still absolutely use those, and they work really nicely alongside that. Tyrant, which we have one on the table here, done up as a
It's got that beast claw
yeah,
flavour
got the kind
vibe
of
going on,
beast
hasn't it?
claw vibe. There with I'll turn him around so you can see the kind of pelt on his back, which is really cool.
Fantastic. Should we have a little bit of a look at some of the rules? and
Yeah, let's do
things
it.
And what you'll find inside the battle.
Okay,
So these are the
rules.
faction rules, the battle
If
types for
anyone
ogres. What can you tell us, Eddie?
Cares
So,
for the
we're not
rules.
going to go
There
through
you
the
go.
entirety because there's a big old page of
I will
rules
open
there.
up
But
the
yeah, if you're an
corners.
ogre player or you want to know what you're going to be up against in Age of Sigmar, take your
I have
screens
some
out now.
off-brand Oreos.
Fundamentally, they've got two big army special rules. The first of the army rules is if you are in combat with an enemy unit at the end of the turn, or you've defeated
So,
an enemy unit in combat,
cheers.
so eaten them basically, you can just have some lunch. You can
Have a
take
snack.
take a chunk out of the enemy unit you're fighting, and you can get a bunch of different rules. So this encourages your ogre army to just get stuck in. If they're in the middle of the enemy army, they can start getting bonuses.
Also,
Some really strong
all of
stuff
those
there. You can
horn
run in
bits
charge, you
that
can
they
make the unit
have,
harder to kill, make them hit
if you
harder,
can
make
cut them
match
off
better, all sorts
nicely,
of stuff.
Fantastic.
or if they are just
So,
single
and then you've got the
bits
other
that you
special
grew
rule there,
on,
which is
also
basically
nice
like a
bits
special
for
thing
kit
where when you
bashing.
charge into an enemy unit,
And the
you
weapon
can
though,
basically
oh
say,
my
would you like to go where you
god.
are and take the ogre's charge, in which case you take a bunch of mortal wounds, or you can say, well, I'll give you the opportunity to move backwards if you like, in which case your opponent immediately cedes ground to your ogres. So it's really good for shifting units off objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting hit by that wall of iron and muscle is no joke. Obviously, the war scrolls have been looked at as well. So these are the Maul Beast cavalry that we showed you before. They come in the armor.
Oh,
set.
look at
And
it!
we
Look
talked
at
about how
that smile!
devastating the
Look at
armor
the
they are.
boy
The
smiling.
both weapons do damage 3. The Maul Beasts do damage 2. 3.
What a happy
They are
boy!
like so many attacks, incredibly dangerous.
I think this is a really powerful.
I like this one.
If you're familiar with the way that ogres work today, you'll know how Mournfang cavalry work. You'll be familiar with the stats. A lot of the stats are fairly similar to Mournfang's, but
He's
across
just-
the board, wherever there's
he's
a
just
change,
having
you get
fun.
Better for the Maul Beast cavalry. They are a really tough unit to deal with because they're excellent on the charge, because the bonus is to charge, but they're also excellent when being charged. So they're a really hard unit.
Yeah,
to
also
kind of
the-
solve for your
the
enemy.
stuff on the
I think
back.
that a couple of these on the flanks would do great, or even investing on a big.
All the
double-sided unit slamming
horns.
into the middle of the enemy army
Oh, yeah.
could be very powerful.
Yeah, and you can see some of the special rules and things that are going on there, but I love the Ravenous counterattack rule. That means that you can be quite daring with them as a sort of like scouting units in your force. Brilliant. We talked a little bit about Red the Maw. Here is rules. There is a lot to take in.
Yeah, this is one of the kind of big name special characters of the ogres as well. We're not going to go through everything on the sheet. Feel free to take a screenshot and peruse at your leisure. The things to call out are
just upload them on Warhammer community after the stream. But hey,
you got to throw a lot of stuff at this guy before he goes down. A level 2 wizard, that's always going to be useful. The thing to really shout out is that command ability, where effectively you can pick an ogre unit nearby, and that unit can benefit from as if it was in combat with an enemy unit. So all of those big list of buffs that you've got in your army special rules, you can just give those out to units nearby for a command point, and you can do some great stuff with
also
them.
with that guy here is also pretty cool, holding the intestines.
Combat on the first turn, you can just do it.
That one is also pretty
nice.
nice.
Loads of nearby units. So this is just an absolutely really.
I like how they covered the Apple logo, but not the Alienware one on this laptop. By the way, just a little thing.
Incredible range refresh.
Yeah, we've got
you can see it.
Just a sense of how big they are. I don't know if we've got a human for scale. He's into wondered. Maybe the 18.
There you go. There's the Alienware logo.
So,
okay, on the one laptop,
but
but
you can see the size of him.
they
really an absolute
covered the
and this
Apple logo on the
full
MacBook.
of offal. His big spoon for stirring around the cauldron. Here on the side, you can see the ogre butcher. He's really quite an impressive model in his own right. And again,
Yeah, the ogre butcher is fucking
just
dope.
Detailed these models really are.
I might buy this one just to paint it someday
Loads of things going
when
on.
I'm a big painter.
So they look like they're carrying trophies and things all around. Just really great.
Drink my soup.
It's an incredible looking kit.
Yeah.
I think the
You
miniature
can
team
the
have.
size of him.
And just
That's a
cleaving
right
through the
there,
enemies.
on the butcher
Yeah, no
there,
kidding.
so-
He's got half a pair.
Or just killing enemies with your big
Pretty gross.
butcher's
So,
knife
anyway,
and
this
scooping
is
them
Keep
into
Along
the
Enough.
into the
I'm really
cauldron.
excited to see them come out. I think they're going to make quite a wave within the Mortal Realms. We are still not done yet. There is still more awesome stuff to talk about in this big summer preview. Next,
Yeah,
we're going
go
down
on.
to the Underhive.
Necromunda. Ooh. Paint them all like Kirby. Yo, that would be fucking sick. Smell this with a new.
Welcome back and welcome to the Underhive with a new edition of Necromunda
Ooh,
Skirmish. This is
Necromunda's
very exciting. I'm a big
new
fan of
edition,
Necromunda. I've played
okay.
it since I was a 16-year-old boy, and it's great to see a new edition come. This is
The
essentially
most
set
barren
Necromunda,
Necromunda bot
core
I
set here
think
that you can
I've
see
ever
here.
seen.
Two-player battle box is the perfect way to get into it. If you're an existing Necromunda player, we'll talk about some of the other ways too. Here you can see it on the screen. It pitches the Orlok. Sorry, crikey! You can see me going to my favourite gang just automatically. It pitches the Goliaths against the Escher in a classic house matchup. Let's have a look at some of the kits that come with it. We've got a box here which we can use as a prop. But we've got
This
some
would
great
be an
skirmish
appropriate
on screen. It
time
contains
frame
two gangs,
for
the box. The first of which
showing the
is
back
the
end of
Blades
freaking
the
animation there.
Matriarch. This is all new models. We've not released these ones before. And
Hey,
there's some
yo,
fantastic options.
Jin, if you're still there, here are your
Huntress with auto
your sexy ladies,
harness.
by the way.
On the right hand side, you've got one which is a Blade Maiden with a shock whip. You've got the Chem Maid.
The shock whip is fucking cool.
Auto Chem, it's like crazy looking flamer thing that you can see towards the back. Loads of fantastic options.
I like this one
to
here in the
really
front,
fill out an
kneeling.
Escher, gang.
This one is
If you've
cool.
already got an Escher gang, you'll probably want to add these to it because it gives you even more options and even more fantastic models. This is also a perfect starting point for an Escher gang in its own right. You could never have played a game of Necromunda, and these would be a wonderful jumping on point. They go head to head with the Goliaths. These are the Forge Smelters. Goliaths, the House of Chains, known for their sort of industrial power.
These
And
looks, yeah.
all of these like heavily muscled, stim-enhanced warriors carrying weapons which kind of have an industrial feel. So you've obviously got the heavy stubber at the back, but there's
They
loads of other
also
weapons
look
that,
like
might
they
be
need
less
bigger
familiar.
bases.
For example, you've got the Crumper Riveter Cannon on the right-hand side, the Lady Goliath.
Oh,
is
this
holding
one
that.
in
You've
this
also
one
got
in the
things like
back is
the Servo
probably the
Medici,
one
you
from
see
them
on,
I like the most.
the,
Not
Goliath
only
front.
because he has
You've got one with a
huge
Flame
axe.
Slugger. There's loads of different things going on so that you can either add these to an existing Goliath force or just use these as your first ever Goliath.
Those feel like a combination between AdMech and if AdMech turned gang.
Also find inside the box
Yeah,
absolutely everything
that
you need to get started playing.
bot
So you have
looks
the gaming map,
fucking
the measurers, the
horrible.
plates, all the cards and bits. And book. You also have some terrain.
That was there's nothing on there.
Essentially, this is a wonderful way to kick off Necromunda if you've just never played before and kickstart you into the new edition. So here you can see like a close-up on some of those other things as well. There's really a lot to enjoy. Gangs. And if you look at the back of the box, you can see it all sort of laid out.
Yo, I like the lady spot. I don't know what the name was.
Stuff.
But reminds me of there we go, Escher blades. They remind me of the
Necromunda. The thing that makes it
what's it from?
this continuous war
Cyberpunk?
between the great gang houses. So there are
What
six gang houses that
Cryo? You are painting
well. Essentially, you have the Orlocks, the Vansar,
the Moxies.
Cawdor, Dilac, Escher, and Goliath. And you can see them all displayed here. These are Underhive crew boxes. These contain models that you might already know if you're familiar with Necromunda, presented in a brilliant format that lets you essentially make one
Just waiting for the 6 boxes to spin in place. I would blow up if they spin the 6 boxes.
Really big Orlock gang. And I looked at the Underhive crew and was like, oh, that's essentially everything you need for a really fantastic Orlock crew. Things to talk about quickly while we're.
Did he say Orlock again?
This box contains everything. If you just wanted the Necromunda rulebook, say you've got loads of Necromunda stuff and you don't want to buy a new.
Oh man, cool. Look at this. That's a rulebook. The hardcover rulebook.
Hardback book. It's just packed with lore and rules and all the good things that you would want to know about Necromunda. And it's been revised. They've made updates to the rules to sort of streamline things. Every role feels like it really matters. Games are very exciting. I'm really excited to sink my teeth into it. If you've got an existing gang and you want to know where you find
they're really
for that,
fucking with us.
2 more stations coming along for you. These are gangs of the Underhive, which deal with those 6 gang houses we talked about before, along with various hangers-on and hired guns. And you've got gangs of the Outland, which deals with those gangs.
Also cool artwork.
Necromunda denizens operate
I'm a sucker
outside
for
of the
artwork.
normal sphere, things like the Ironhead Prospectors or the Ashwaste Nomads. And you'll find their rules along with the various hangers-on in those books. So essentially, pick up the core rule book, pick up the gangs of the.
Also, by the way,
and you are good.
John Warhammer. This is also a hardcover or hardback
Still
book.
more.
Just want to put that out there.
You got the core gang tactics cards. I find having like physical.
But putting the fucking
Necromunda is very tactile.
codexes or the Orc Codex into a fucking flappy.
Flowing really nicely. Also, if you want to enhance your battlefield, get your game going, there's an enormous range of fantastic Necromunda scenery and terrain. The Zone Mortalis range is big and beautiful. And there's
Imagine having all the codexes from the past 10 years, or all the books from the past 10 years, all hardbacks, and then you put that flappy, shitty paperback into the slot on the end.
The scenery, and they've got their Zone Mortalis bit, and then they start building up, and you get the pipes and walkways, and you can have like fights across the gantries, and you can shoot people down from higher up, and all that sort of good stuff.
Absolutely. My favorite games in Necromunda are always the ones which play on multiple levels, and you can blast someone off a 12-inch high precipice. And
it's like
I do like.
I hate that as much as the books with the.
There is something cool about like having a little
paper covers that you can take off, and you have this beautiful designed paper cover, and then you take it off, and it's just the most basic book underneath. I hate that so fucking much. I can't explain how much it bugs me buying a book because and having a beautiful cover, and then it's just the flappy paper, and then you take it off, and it's nothing underneath.
The narrative that's been unfolding for the past few years, the Atlantean Succession, is kind of done with, and I'm really excited to see where the team responsible for Necromunda take it in this new era. It's going to be cool.
With the Fourth Wing Imperium book series, at least they had some artwork on the hardback.
With this.
Yo, kill team, scaly kill team. Dinosaurs? Why is there a guy in the jungle? Katakan?
Years of searching.
Who's that?
Closing in on something.
Is that John Warhammer?
Unseen for decades.
Exodites. Yo! Scaly Eldari, who said that? Yo, those are some good scaly hats for salamander bits. The hunt is on. Exodites.
We are alive and well in this year of 2026, and who would have had Exodites on their 2026 Warhammer bingo card?
This is a super exciting box set.
Really, right?
This is awesome. So obviously, every time we have a new Kill Team box set,
this-
it's very exciting. This one, I think, it will be particularly interesting, not just for fans of Kill Team, but for fans
Take
of
a
Warhammer
cookie.
40,000. Exodites are one of those last untapped, awesome bits of Warhammer 40,000 lore. Whenever we
Damn, I get that
unveil a
fucking
cool new
Eldari.
corner of the Millennium, it's always very exciting. I think Exodites absolutely fall into that little corner.
If you don't know what Exodite is, very briefly, when the Eldari Society was starting to sort of way back before the fall, starting to fall into
I'm blowing
decadence
up
and
Chidori
depravity,
with my mind.
the Exodites were like, no, thank you very much, and they left main society and they settled on places far flung from the mainstay of Eldar society called Maiden Worlds.
Worlds. Beautiful jungle planets full of rich flora and fauna and full of all sorts of weird, wonderful creatures.
Absolutely.
And then when Eldar Society was destroyed in the fall, the Exodites were one of the few remaining bits that were left. Now in the 41st millennium, they have
So
these
space
pockets of
elves
idyllic
evolved from dark
universe
elves.
across Warhammer 40,000. Obviously, this being Warhammer 40,000.
Maybe,
it's
I
lovely
think they-
to knock it over, invade
There's
it.
probably a war coming.
There's always,
They
always-
left
There's always a war coming.
before
So
the
whenever their planets are invaded, they
birth-
have to defend them with whatever tools they can find available. And the closest thing available is giant reptilian beasts that they can ride into battle.
Should we have
and
a look at the
crush their
models?
foes with.
So yeah, here we go. These are
There
the
we go.
Exodite
Show
Dragon
it.
Masters. Eddie, this is a very unusual kill team, right?
Yeah, so this is a kill team first and foremost. It is really kind of weird but really fun, unusual kill team.
Yeah,
It
that
is
little
effectively
fucker, I don't
3
care about
models
him.
and
I
2
care
little
about the big
hangers-on, so it's
dragons. And if
immediately
I can use
very,
them
very
as
elite.
bits on my
in terms of
salamanders.
How it plays in Kill Team, it plays
At
in
least
a
the
really
hats.
interesting and unique and unusual way. All of your units have APL 4, which is wild.
Yeah, absolutely.
In Kill Team, so you can do all sorts
But
of
they
cool
look
they are very, very
nice.
fast, as you would imagine, faster than almost
the
anything
paint
else.
job also.
They
The
can
white
leap
with the
up across bits
turquoise.
of terrain. So if you think that your sniper at
Ooh.
the back of the battlefield is nice and safe,
I like
perched
that.
on
Maybe
his
not.
ruin, think again, because a giant reptilian with an Eldari warrior on the back is racing towards you, ready to chop your head off.
This only being a
You
kill
have
team
3
is such a
very
good
different
sample
kinds of
size.
characters in there. Effectively, you've got a warrior archetype,
wife is
a
going to love
mage
these,
archetype,
yeah.
and a sniper archetype.
I mean,
And
a
all
kill team
very
is
different things,
something that you
for the
can
kill.
build
Yeah,
up
so here you
quickly,
on the
right?
screen, you can see the
It
3
is-
different ones laid out.
well,
Essentially,
5 models?
You have the Clan Blade, which
Well,
is the
well,
close
also
combat
5
one.
models
You have the
maybe
Blade
for-
Stalker, which is the one with the
I don't know
sniper
how much
rifle,
kill team
and you have
boxes
the
cost.
Stone Singer, which is the Exodite.
They
who
love
focuses on
dinos.
using
I also
physical
love
power.
dinosaurs.
And then they also have
I
these
get
little
that.
beasts that run around with
That's
them,
why I took
those
salamanders.
Yeah. And they look
Dinosaurs and
familiar if
dragons.
you know kind of how Eldar Craft World work. There's a little bit of the Autarch to this one. There's a little bit of the Farseer to this one.
Absolutely.
There's a little bit of the kind of Ranger. So they have a kind of common ancestry with the Eldar of the Craft Worlds. But
Yeah,
they
they're
have gone off in a slightly
expensive.
different
Yeah, I
sort of
guess so,
cultural
right?
direction. And the
But
biggest
they look like
difference
3.
really is that they ride on
Okay,
the
it
back
will
of
be
these cool
5 models
reptiles.
in terms of
But
Warhammer
a
or
really
Games
fun,
Workshop, but it's
kill
really
team, a very
3 models
different
and 2
kill team. I think
critters.
Probably going to be a very popular kill team as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not the only thing you get in this box. You've also got a bunch of orcs in here.
What?
The way that the orcs work in this kill team is a little bit like the Red Terror set that we had recently.
Exodite-
They are
what,
effectively,
orcs and-
non-player operatives. And
Is this
you
one
can
kill
play-
team?
You can play a bunch of different games against these, either as a
Or are those
or
2 kill team?
two-player
Oh,
series. There's
squicks!
a campaign in the box which tells the story of an orc war which has landed on this planet. The orcs, who are beast snaggers, basically find a world full of monsters, and they're like, "This is a paradise.
Let's
Look at all
snag
these.
some
I
beasts."
don't
look at
know.
all these giant
It
beasts
looks
you can
like
hunt." The
2
Eldar are
kill.
obviously much
Oh,
larger than
look
the
at
orcs. You
that
have to
one.
Drive off the orcs, so you can play through this campaign.
Oh, that one has a
Also,
wheel.
all the stuff in this box you can also use in Warhammer 40,000.
It's
as well.
Yeah,
all
just
in
give
one
a
box.
Shout out to that Kill Team Exodite book. It's really cool.
What are
I
those
got to look
mounts
through it the
called?
other day.
The red ones are
There's lore in
squicks.
it. There's stories from the perspective of the Eldari Exodite.
SQUIGS.
In it. There's guides on how to set up make your battlefield to look like a maiden world. It's a wonderful book. They've done an amazing job. Sort of
Okay,
bringing this to life.
so that's 200
Worth saying,
euros.
one of the other ways that you can build up the kill team that you get in this set is as another
The
unit, which is
kill
called the
team you get in
Dragon
this
Knights.
set.
These are the archetypal, I suppose, the closest thing we've got to the classic version of an Exodite.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very reminiscent of some of the very cool Warhammer 40,000
Dragon
cards from some of
Knights.
the early editions. This is effectively a
Yo.
fast cavalry unit of Exodites. troglodytes riding on those huge reptilian beasts, and they
But that is just different pose or multi.
They can
Yeah.
charge in. They actually have
This
laser
is
lances,
just a
which is the same
variant.
weapon that Shining Spears have. So they punch pretty hard, but as well as the rider on the back fighting,
You've
who's a
also
good fighter.
got a crazy
Man, that white
reptile
armor
beast
looks
helping you
fucking
fight,
sick.
right?
Absolutely. So they hit really, really hard. They are they're not super durable, but they're a little bit more durable than some of the other kind of combat units you might find in an Eldari army. So they're going to be quite a useful little unit. I think you will see them dotted around various Warhammer 40,000 battlefields and Eldar armies quite soon. The other forces in this
Games
box,
Workshop
the
should
Dragon
war life
Masters,
for
are
Dragon
also
Knights.
using Warhammer 40,000, and the way that they work is that
Yeah, the super clean to vibrant is pretty good contrast there.
Lone op sniper, you've got your fast moving hero, you've got a kind of buff
Yeah,
support piece.
Kill Team Box is 1v1 team, so it's two teams, Orcs
Four
versus Eldari.
for Warhammer 40,000 Eldari
Okay.
armies. So it's a really flexible little
No kidding.
clump of stuff that you can add into your Eldari force.
Yeah, so Kill Team Exodite contains 3 Exodites and the 2 Dracolites. Obviously,
Did they just say you can add them to your normal army?
down the line? So if you wanted to put
For
loads
40K?
into your, army, that's completely legit.
Nice.
There are loads of reasons that an Eldari force might have Exodites in it as well. When you look at the history of the Eldari, the Craftworld Biel-Tan is so affronted at the state of the Maiden
Another
Worlds
cookie for
they
that.
aggressively defend Maiden Worlds from any interference. Obviously, Alitok is known for the Rangers who travel around the Webway and they visit all the Maiden Worlds on a regular
Yeah,
basis.
it's one of the main reasons the Eldari come into conflict with other races, right? They don't seek it out particularly, but one of the things that they have is this sort of cultural association with these planets, and whenever anyone invades, it's almost like it's sacrilegious, right?
Yeah,
This
sort of protecting the last true
absolutely
ancient
yeah,
Eldari,
yeah.
really.
This is almost always why the Eldari will get involved in a fight somewhere, is that the craft worlds can fly off, but planets can't really. So when the Imperium shows up and decides to build a Forge world on your wonderful Paradise world, you have to kind of go and kick them off.
Yeah, absolutely. It's worth having a little look at the models, I think. So here we have a stunt beast snagger. Crafted in
What you missed?
pose, and then you can get a
Ogres update for Age of Sigmar.
up alongside.
New models for the Chaos Warriors for Old World. Plastic.
And I think they're going to be quite
New
popular
plastic
because
Custodes models.
to
Bikes.
they're gonna lend themselves
The
really well.
new
Yeah, I mean, the models are
Telemon
beautiful, I
and a
think.
tank.
I really like the leader
That's in
unit.
particular.
Yeah, the
Orc
leader of
Codex.
the Dragon Knight is just really,
Two
really
new
excellent miniature.
or one new
Just the
Orc
kind of straight-on
vehicle
pose
for
for
40k.
him. I'd be amazed if we don't see a few of those at Golden Demons and things. He's got that beautiful back banner, obviously, which is lending itself to kind of whatever showing
think
off
that's it.
painting scheme you'd like to have a go at. The reptiles,
But we will look at the
almost any color you
Warhammer
can.
community
They've
posts
all- the
afterwards.
Metal Team
Yeah,
has gone
for a
some
little.
really cool, vivid color schemes. You could have anything in your paint collection. You could paint these guys. I think they're going to be a joy to paint, and I can't wait to see them on the battlefield.
Absolutely.
Confuse your
I
pawn
think
shop
that's
with
a
clowns on
that's
lizards.
from the 2026 Warhammer bingo.
I think at least 3 people get.
Well,
Clowns and
one of
lizards.
those.
You get to
Well
give yourself
done
a
you
little
if you
stamp,
guessed
well
Exodus,
played. I'm delighted. They've existed in the lore for such a long time, and it's really exciting to see them
Yep.
like on the tabletop in this way before. This is the first time we've ever seen Exodites in plastic.
But you could also do clowns on lizards with
It was
the
like one little shred of
what's
cloth
their name?
A little-
on one of the Corsairs.
maybe
had a bit
an
of
old
scaling.
little metal one for Epic.
Oh,
Harlequins.
yeah.
In the day, and other than that, they've existed in the stories and in some scattered pieces of artwork. So, what a happy time! We're very excited, and also the love and passion that spilled out of the Warhammer studio as they told us about them was just infectious. So, hopefully, you're as excited about these as we are because they're very exciting. What else is there to say? We have come to the end of our.
That was a lot of
preview.
stuff, Adam.
It was a lot of stuff, and we said it would be about 90 minutes, and we're very, very nearly there. So thank you if you are still with us and enjoying the Warhammer preview. It's been lovely to have you with us. I should round up. There have been a couple of questions floating around. One of them I can field right now. Somebody asked in the chat, what's the cost to the Warhammer Academy? The cost is nothing. It is free. You'll need to log in and sign up, but it is designed to help you just get started with your Warhammer journey. So it doesn't cost anything. Just join in and start learning about Warhammer and sort of honing your
costs
skills
nothing
and
in the
gaining
beginning.
confidence as you do so.
You want to say.
If you've got more questions, well, we've got good
But it
news.
will
A few
cost
weeks back,
everything.
Eddie and I did a Q&A.
If you're
We
going
haven't
to
much time doing
get
it, so we're
addicted
gonna do
to
another
plastic
one in
crack.
a couple of weeks. So here is an email address appearing mystically on your screen. Quanda, that is Q&A at preview.warhammer.com. That is where you can start sending your questions. Hopefully, Warhammer-related questions, and specifically about things we've talked about in the preview.
I mean, you can send in any question, but we'll only answer the Warhammer related ones.
I have
probably.
very few specialist subjects, and most of them revolve around Warhammer. So yeah, please do send us Warhammer questions to that Q&A in a couple of weeks' time. We'll let you know closer to when it's going to be. We'll go through those questions. We'll pick the best ones, and we'll sit down and have a little session where we read through all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I guess all that remains then is thank you everybody for coming and joining in this preview.
I don't know why they're not putting out timelines anymore.
Move the models around and make
Like
all work.
last
You are
year.
Champions. Thank you, Eddie,
With
for knowing
the-
all the answers and making me look
That's
good.
all right. I had a great time.
Brilliant. And in that case, until next time, we'll see you again very soon.
Timeline for the salamander model and the all that stuff. I don't know why they are not doing any of that anymore. Murdoch, that was 1.5 hours. All right, I can see us not getting an Iron Warriors announcement till like end of the year or next year. Yeah, I don't think they will put a Primarch in the beginning of the new edition. Alrighty. So we got new Solemn. Focus. New Orc truck. That looks fucking cool. I like that one. In different variants. I like that he's hanging off the edge here. We got a new mech, orc mech. New. Oh no, this is the war boss from the Armageddon box, right? No, that's a new one. Did they show that one off? Okay, new boss. We got the new Orc Codex, which will be a flappy ass book in a fucking paper slider. Fuck that shit. Standalone Armageddon units. These are the ones they will release standalone next, or the command or HQ units and the vehicles. Combat pack. What the fuck is this? With so many detachments to choose from, you keep rules and sometimes you picked. Close at hand, so you don't have to dig through the codex. Okay, this is just the detachments. Okay. And you will get some orc dice. Okay, got that. New ogres for Age of Sigmar, which are fucking amazing. For a second, I thought that this one would be like a cutout for the slider. Would be cool, but would cost some money. We have the Tyrant, which is a nice model. Multipart. You can change that one up. We have the Gluttons. I think there's just some your basic fight units. Come on, over there. Yeah. They also look good. Good and disgusting. The Iron Guts. They look cool. I like those. They remind me. I said that. Conquest. Hey, I'm not typing. Conquest. Parabellum. There we go. They remind me of the... What's the name? Yeah, Yonori. They have a unit like this. Let me find that one. Yeah, they reminded me of those guys here. A little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. With this one, Also with hammers. Yeah. Then more beast cavalry. There we go. That's a good boy. Also different poses. This one has a goose or turkey on his arm. Then we have Red the Maw, which is a huge ass model. I like the cauldron. The Butcher, also beautiful. Beautiful model. Look here, the Butcher is just chopping down human remains to throw them into the cauldron there. Then Cleavers. Also just some basic units, nothing special there, with an alternative build as Gutsier. They look good. Oh, cool. Look at that. That's a hardcover codex right here. All right. Those are the orcs. Yeah, we saw the Exodites all together. Oh, yeah. Then we have the new Chaos Knights. No, Chaos. What's their name? Warriors of Chaos against Cathay as a box. And new plastic models for them. Chaos Knights. They look good. Isn't Ren currently painting Chaos Knights? Well, here are the updated ones. And with the Chaos Dragon, that one is huge. Oh, the wings remind me of, what's his name? The Archfiend? Warhammer. What's his name? Archfiend. The guy that Peter Turbo hates. 40k Chaos. Must be that, right? Chaos Demons? Is it his? Is he here? You guys know what who I'm talking about, right? Vashtor. There's so many names rattling through my... There we go. Ah, okay. Never mind. It's nothing like that. Okay. Don't mind me. Also with an alternative rider. And you get the other rider as a normal mini then. And... Man, hotback. And some, stuff around that. New Horus Heresy, and look at the box. they don't even bother anymore to selling different custodies for 40k and Heresy. They just put both logos on there. So new custodies for Horus Heresy and 40k. Telamon Heavy Dreadnought, which is just a beauty. Can't wait for Cry to paint that one. Gaia Falcon jet bikes. So basically new jet bikes for Custodes and White Scars. And the Palace Graph Tank, which looks like a pod racer a little bit. And this one also looks like a hardback. So it can't be a cost thing. John Warhammer. A whole ass of new starter sets for 40k. Everything you can imagine, from all the models and all the paints to no models and no paints to all models and no paints and all paints to and no models. So Whatever your heart desires, you can get it here. Also, the pre-painted terrain and the terrain in general. This one looks good. This one here is the ready painted terrain. But they don't tell anything about, say anything about how it's made. Computer enhance. There's Wolfie. There's your mode line right here. Your pre-painted mode line. But since Space Marine 2 mode lines are canon, so yo, what up, Wolfie? White Wolf. Now I have to change name calling that. But man, I think the idea of pre-painted terrain is a good thing. I'm a wee bit excited for what. Let us know. And how are you doing, Wolfie? So Exodites, yeah. I found some new hats to customize my salamanders. Yeah, so that's the Warhammer Academy, where you get some free lore building, painting, and gaming videos. So James Workshop is maybe trying to kill off all the YouTubers making money with their IP. But they would be pretty dumb to do that, because they bring people to Warhammer and not the fucking Warhammer Academy. Yeah, we looked at those. Those were pretty much in the end. New animation for World Eaters, some new Blood Bowl stuff, and some Legions Imperialis, some new Titans. Okay, nice. So yeah, that's the preview. Exodites. Let's look at them again. I don't know if I like the hat of this one, of these in general. I might just use the Seraphon from Age of Sigmar and cut the heads off. I'm doing all the color. Every single scale will be a different color. Nice. All right. Talkie. Let's do that for a second. Let me throw on the music again. Alrighty, tidy. There we go. So nice preview. Ogres were the best, I think. Yeah, the ogres and the chaos dragon dude, I think, are sharing top placement for me. I mean, look at that. Whew. I did a 1.5 hour NNM piece last night for funsies. For funsies? Well, the dragon is gorgeous. Yeah. That is sick model. Also multi-part. You can build it as also a little bit more Tzeentch dragon if you want to, with a different rider. But yeah, this one, the more corn looking. Yeah, that is beautiful. Also, I like the veins on the wings here. Look at that. The wings are the thing that is the biggest selling argument for me right there. Also, they might be, as I said, a great kit bash for, I don't know, Angron, or put them on the Chaos Vulcan Primarch conversion if you want to. Stuff like that. Posted a whip. Nice. Let's go ahead and do the whips. Oh, I was not sharing my my screen for the stuff I told you about. But yeah, let's do whips. How about that? That is Murdoch sending me some stuff. There we go. Ooh. Look at that. You know what? Fuck you, Wolfie. That is looking great. Are you done already with this guy? With Augustus, what's his name? Man, my name brain is dead today. Sanguinius. Just trying a new recipe, okay. Oh, what would look nice if you make the stones of the shield area here, make them real stone, and make them like in the crevices here, make them maybe glow red or blue. I think blue would be a better contrast. But red would also look nice, I think. But yeah, I mean, you paint amazing. You know that. Fuck you. Blue would suit the aesthetic. Yeah. Damn, the lights are so well worked. Yeah. White Wolf is an NMM god. Anyone can do that, yeah. How about no? I can show you what I did today. Let me put my carrot away. But that one is sexy. And by the way, if anyone wants to know more, scan the QR code here. This one is sexy. Let's see what I have here. Nice. What's in here? Infinity paint set. Oh. Okay. Nice. Thank you, Scrubby. So let me show you what I did today. Are these emotes new? Yeah, we have all new emotes. Let me just see if I can if I have an image for all the new emotes for you to see. Yeah, but you can also see them in chat. We have an animated, two animated drop pod emotes. We have wave emote that's animated. We have two weapon combo emotes. One salamander with a flamer and one salamander with a bolter, both shooting. And for the flamer, we have the flame as an emote, and for the bolter, we have the bolt shots. As animated emotes and a whole bunch of new static emotes. All the new emotes I had are renewed. So feel free to unlock them with the channel points or sub if you want to. You know, the sub money comes back to all of you when we raffle it away. The current tab for that is 80 euros, but I want to drive that up a little higher so we can make maybe a huge giveaway, you know, and not like smaller stuff. Or maybe we collect all the money until Christmas and we will do a Christmas giveaway for all of you. So the current tab is 80 euros. Can you focus? Hocus pocus! Focus on my Space Marine. Are you fucking kidding me? Hello. Flippin' twat. Focus field. There we go. This should work. Huh? There we go. I painted that display today. I need to maybe glaze a little bit more in there. But at least it looks not bad. So that's the painting for today. By the way, hi Angelo. Didn't say welcome, but welcome. How are you doing? Okay. My camera is really fucking with me today. So, the buttons. Is the autofocus still? Let me. So, we have those little buttons on the left and right. I think. Where's my pointer? There we go. So we have these buttons in here. I think I will just color them differently, and one blue, one green, whatever. But I don't know if those here are also buttons, or if they are just... No, they must be something, right? Are those buttons? I don't know. Maybe just paint them yellow as a little light indicator that we got a new message. So yeah, let's think about that. So, I think we finished the arm, the display. Can we call it a day, huh? I think that is a good thing. Or good plan for today. All right. let's get back to it. And by the way, if anybody is still hobbying, has some new update stuff, put it in Discord. And we will look at it. Today. Because today is Friday, you know, Friday is Discord day. So, do I have some good colors for the buttons? How much do I need? We can let one be green, so that one is already done. Check. And then we have... It's 8 buttons, so it has 7 more colors. We will use the red. Maybe the dark red we mixed over here. Let's also use a yellow. Let's use that. I also don't need that much on the palette. Just a drop. What else do we got? We got green. We got yellow. We have... Do we have a nice blue? Punchy blue. As a guy that paints salamanders for most of the time, I don't think that I have blue. I have some purple we could use. Let's use one of the luminous oranges. Maybe that one is... And do you... oh, we can use the luminous colors for the 2 buttons on the left side, maybe. But I think that's all the color variation I have. Purple. I have this really light blue. What else do I have? These are air colors. Contour blue. We have some contour blue. Can use that. Let's put some contour blue on there. And everything else we will figure out as we go, as most of the time. So, let's see. Let's start with the yellow, huh? That might be a good thing. That does not look good. You know, never mind. We just paint them. Paint them black. I see There we go. Black is quick and easy. That one looks okay, huh? Why is there hair in my paint? What the fuck? Can't be mine. This was the color, right? That we used. Maybe I will try to glaze this one here a little bit. But for now, that shit has to dry. Okay. By the way, if anyone has an idea what company my Eradicator should be from, just let me know. Sup? Cheese! How are you doing? How was your crusade? Six or eight, sevenths. Are those the ones that I can't paint anymore because I painted it black? I don't think I can paint a seventh because seventh might be black head on white ground. I survived. Well, that is the core concept of a crusade, and also spreading religion and killing people, but not in modern crusades. Let's see, where is my chapter? Yeah, we can't paint the seventh company anymore. We could paint the sixth company, but it's a reserve company. I don't know if we want a reserve company. Okay, we could go white, orange, or green for the head. White is first or second company. Would fit. Just took the boys to watch Supergirl and out for dinner. Now home with the AC cranked. Yeah, I have my AC right here, right behind me, blasting. Never did any of those. Okay. I think Eradicators, they also feel like Adrox Agaton. You know what? Let's do Adrox Agaton because we have him as a model. And then we can say that's the third company fighting. You know what? That is... Supergirl is out already. Yesterday came out. Oh, nice. So let's do... let's make them also orange. So... A big question. What was my orange recipe for the... Amaranth red. There it is. Nice. Gotta call the boys. Oi! Wanna watch a movie? Boys. Have you seen the Supergirl cup they get in the American cinemas? Crazy. The cup that... Where someone, I think on Reddit wrote, I don't want my cup coming with extra foreskin. There we go. Amaranth. Their cup is crazy. So let's... Movie was good? Nice. That is good to hear. Can anyone here vouch for Jace's movie taste, or are we just doomed if he says that the movie was good? I don't like that Jace liked it. Good morning, Sally. How are you doing? What the fuck is going on here? I watched the Spielberg one 2 days ago. It was meh. Hey, I never said it would win an Oscar, and it won't. What up, Scrappy? Welcome back. So it was you who called the Exodites. Well done, Scrappy. Well done, indeed. They look good. White Wolf already said he will paint all of them in all the colors. But I don't think that I can use the heads of the dinosaurs as Salamanders Kit Bash parts, because I don't like the the heads of the Exodite dinosaurs, the thingies they have there. They look a little weird. I think I will just use the Age of Sigmar Seraphons. Because I want to build an Librarian Terminator with a Salamander's head on his head instead of the Iron Halo thingy. But yeah, they look. But also, Chaos Warriors were nice. Custodies, new plastic models for them. 40k and Horus Heresy. Also cool. And with that, White Scars also got some new bikes with the Custodes kit. So the orc truck thing also looks pretty good. So there's nothing really, I would say, disappointing about that preview or review. Preview. Yes, the preview was till half an hour ago. And to be honest, Jace, I don't know if you would be excited about any of the stuff they announced. Well, the base set and stuff. The base set and stuff is pretty. I like. You mean the pre-painted terrain or what? I like the pre-painted terrain though. It makes it convenient. It makes the whole playing more convenient. Oh, what was disappointing was the board for the new Necromunda edition they had there. That one looked fucking empty. Wait a second, I will put on that image again. Let me just empty out that brush here. Here we go. Browser. Yeah, there you see the dragon dude for the chaos guys. Big summer preview. Where is the Necromunda? I am the captain now. There we go. Do they have the image? Yeah, they don't have the image on here, but they showed a fucking empty board with all of the terrain here, which was kind of weird. Why, how they showed that? All of this around here wasn't there, and it was just, yeah, huge empty board, which looked pretty disappointing at the moment of looking at it. And I don't have it here. Well, yeah. But it looked not that good. Oh, dragon. Necromunda getting combat patrols in a way is nice though. Yeah, watch the price. They also set the terrain for I don't know if it's Necromunda or 40k is the price of a little bit over 2 combat patrols for the terrain. So yeah. Yeah, 40k. Sounds a bit much, I think. Even for the so if they sell the pre-painted terrain and the ready paint and the unpainted terrain at the same price, they probably will ramp up the price for the pre-painted terrain. I am sure. Necromunda. The old world big box is really nice though. Yeah, for the coolest models for me were the Augurs, Age of Sigma, and the Chaos Warriors. Some cool models in there, but you're right, my Willy didn't tingle that much. Well, that might be just an age thing, Chase. The Augurs were nice in my opinion, lame in my opinion. What? Yeah. I really like the Butcher. I really like the Redmore with this huge cauldron and all the cauldron stuff in there. It looks pretty gory, and that is cool, I think. Having really gory models out there. Also, the riders looked cool. So, yeah. I also don't like all the models of the ogres. Just the cool ones. The cool ones for me. You know, just the cool ones. You get it? I like the cool models. Nice paint job though. Yeah, the paint jobs are also pretty good with all the markings on the chests and stuff like this, with the red blood markings and the red hands everywhere. Yeah, the paint jobs are good, but I mean, Games Workshop pays to have nice looking models. God, I feel so fat. Why that? How much did you eat? Did you eat? Did you eat? Man, today is really really not my day, even though it's cool inside. Too much. Well, I could have guessed that from what you're telling. Nice. This is a sign. Football's coming home. I like how everybody in Germany right now is, oh, we lost one game, we can't win the World Cup. And I was like, man, they already won the whole group. Why do they have to risk getting injured and stuff like that by playing, winning or fighting for that game? They don't have to win at all. It's a sign it isn't coming home for Scotland. Might have a chance. By the way, what's up with the whole you're not allowed to cover your mouth rule? What's up with that? Stupid ass rule if you ask me. Yeah, I just don't get it. Why can't people cover their fucking mouth? Do they have lip readers to fucking watch every player and say and watch what they're saying or what? Yeah, I mean, FIFA in general is a fucking corrupt whorehouse. So I am not wondering about most of the stuff they are doing, but that is really not getting into my head. There we go. Yes, a corrupt whorehouse. How you doing, Jen? Welcome back. There we have it. Beautiful painted salamander symbol. And the little display on there is also done. Maybe I need to glaze over some more of the reddish colors. But for now, I think it's all right. What else do we need to paint on here? Yeah, not that much, right? Just some highlights on the black here. Some edging on the backpack, maybe. Maybe not. Glaze me, daddy. Alrighty. It's looking good. Okay. This is getting out of hand. And for that reason, we will find someone to raid out to. Oh. Who's there? Who's that Pokemon? It's Blueberria. It's Pikachu. Well, I have to leave. At some point, there is this cheesy guy. Is the cheesy guy already online? Yeah, there's the cheesy guy. Cheese. Yeah, let's do the cheesy guy. So you and Foxy can close your tabs. Alrighty, right. So we will rate the cheesy guy. Thanks everybody for being here, chatting, hanging out, watching the preview, painting. Thanks for the follows. Yeah. I know we didn't paint that much, but and watched a lot of preview, but it's already 4 hours in, so. We are raiding Cryo, so that is that. We have the raid command for subs and non-subs. Use them if you want to, or not. But free will, fuck yeah. Also Instagram and TikTok there if you use it. Leave a follow, it's free and doesn't help me at all. And doesn't bring you any benefit. That is my elevator pitch. Yeah. That's it for me. And until next time, remember to be good. And if you can't be good, be careful. Bye-bye.
Oh, maybe. Oh, wait. I can do that. I can do it differently. Oh, shit! Dorian! Hi, welcome in. How you doing? Jin, Jace, good to see you, friend. Good to see you, everyone. I can actually grab the head from my own. I said, oh shit, like a surprise. Yeah. Heck. Right, you can see how it's set in more, and this is raised up.